So I did this last night. I was doing it offline. It was actually the third out of many days that I was going to do runs like this, where I was going to grind chapter 1 for a good chapter 1, and then I was going to grind for a bonus Deceptisol, and I got it by the third day. So some menuing fumbling right there. I was starting from the PS screen each time just to optimize the in-game timer, but RTA is done in real time versus in-game timer, because in-game timer is very wrong. But a little bit about this run. It's a 5:26:38, not a 5:36:28, which is what I had typed up last night apparently, and I thought I had changed the title, but Twitch has been very resistant to my title changes as of late, so can people hear me? Can people see me? Am I actually doing video? I don't know. Awkward talking now. I thought I would sort of like commentate on the run as I'm doing it while fielding questions if there are any, because now I can actually, I don't have to play, I can just talk while watching this video. But yeah, chapter 1 I grinded up to the behemoth. If I missed a dodge, oh thanks, sweet, thanks XIII. So if I missed a dodge up to that behemoth, I just reset the game. Because it's about, I think it was 7:30 that I got to that behemoth, so it's only 7.5 minutes to get there. If you factor in like reset and reload the game, if you just like quit the game and then start from new game again, that's just another 15 seconds, so it's less than 8 minutes. If you're trying to just have a clean from PS screen to the end run, it's longer, but the first fight's of course just mash auto battle, sort of self-explanatory. Don't need to throw a potion. Camera trick for the first dodge to make them both on the left. You have to camera trick from when you first get control of light in order to mess with their orientation. Second dodge, just hug the right wall for the first and the left wall for the second. Third dodge, run straight through the middle, aim towards the left of the guy in the back, and he'll run forward and behind you. Those dodges are about 90%. I failed the second one twice. This was like my 12th or 13th attempt for the day, and I had failed the second one twice. The first one is usually the one that I would fail out of those three, but this fourth dodge is actually tricky. Lure the dogs to the left and then run around to the right. It doesn't always work, but it's the best I've got, and if a dog runs up to you, you try to shake it off, I guess. Fifth dodge, just run around the things. You kind of have to run wide around the aerial guy, because if you just run straight, he'll sometimes get you. Sixth dodge, don't worry about them, just make a mad dash on the right side. It looks scary like that, but it works 99% of the time. I haven't failed it in months. Obviously, don't use the item usage tutorial, because you'll throw a useless potion. Do attacks on the Panther to start with, do a single attack on the Warden and let Saz kill him, and then focus on the Pantheron. That's the fastest I have. I mean, like, there aren't even real strats at this point, it's just mash attack, it's just kind of timing the attacks. Yeah, I'll definitely highlight this. And I'll upload the video of the gameplay to YouTube. But yeah, there'll definitely be a highlight here.
All right, you leave this.
So this dodge is tricky unless you do an immediate camera trick. And I've called this camera trick twice, but what I'm really meaning is aim the camera at the floor. I've seen it described as if I can't see you, you can't see me, but that's not entirely accurate. What's happening is that the enemies don't position themselves unless you kind of see them on camera. So the Pantherons don't get in position until much later if you camera trick, and it allows you to safely run up the stairs. Otherwise, you have to dodge 3 Panthers, and it's pretty difficult. I haven't actually done it myself. This fight, instead of mash attack, it's mash blitz. And it's sort of random because it's... So, anytime you use AoE, it's going to be lucky based on positioning. And sometimes you can kill both soldiers, like all the blitzes will hit all the soldiers, and you'll take care of both of the minions, and you can focus on the Marauder. But sometimes, like, a soldier is a troll, and we'll just keep dodging it, and there's not much you can do. But other than that, like, the fight's safe. I haven't died to it. And now we get to the harder dodging section, which is Snow's dodging. There are 6 dodges in this section. There's actually 7, but one of them is considered the legendary dodge, and I didn't even consider it as something to grind, because I never actually... I've done it 3 times, once in a run, but it's basically whenever you get it, you fail the next one because you're so hyped for getting it that it's not even worth doing. First group, I run through the middle. It's kind of tight, but I do it because I need to quickly get here. If I just hug the left wall now, I dodge all of them, and that's dependent on you getting there fast. If you fail the first dodge, that doesn't work. This one's the legendary dodge, and I failed it immediately. So there's not much you can do. The strat for this fight is to grenade Warden A, grenade Warden B, and then grenade Pantheron A. But that's if it works out optimally, but it didn't in this case because Godot targeted the wrong thing. So you kind of have to improvise. It's not hard, it's just, you know, figuring out the fast speed.
Same plan as always.
This dodge, lure them, you have to lure them, and then you kind of figure out where there's an opening and run for it. I really should have missed that. I'm so surprised I made it. That was so sketch. And this dodge sucks. It's based on position, and they all saw me immediately, and they all ran forward, which was perfect. I was able to just dodge them immediately. 5th dodge is easy. Just hug the left wall. It works 98% of the time. The times it fails is if a soldier, like the soldier that walked to the right there, sometimes he'll walk to the left and block the left. But you want to hug the left wall, and then you want to camera trick downwards. Camera tricking prevents these back 2 from getting into the area, and you only have to dodge the Panther and the guard. And this is the Behemoth. So I did all the dodges perfectly, so I was going to continue with this run. This is like my 12th or 13th attempt to get to this point today, or yesterday. So for Beta Behemoth, you throw a potion from the start to... I guess it's just to prevent interruption or to regain HP. I'm not entirely sure. It's kind of something I've been doing, but... you kind of do 5 attacks. So you throw the potion, you do 5 attacks, and you time the 5th attack so that you'll dodge his swipe. And then you do that again. 5 attacks, dodge a swipe. I missed the timing for the 2nd, and I think also the 3rd. But really, you're just doing this to prevent Lobro from throwing a potion. Oh, my 5th attack there. Wow, that was lucky. So that was like 6 attacks, but... you really want to prevent Lobro from throwing a potion. She throws a potion if you get in yellow. Hey there, Bobby. How are you doing? I don't really know how to explain the cutscene skips because they're all so fast, but there were 2 there. Cutscene skip, save prompt, cutscene skip. Myrmidon, this is actually the first fight that can kill you, because his attacks do a lot of damage. He attacks incessantly, and he can interrupt you. Or he'll interrupt you if you're not doing anything. Thanks. So he keeps moving forward and backward, which actually can make Lightning miss with her attacks sometimes. So that's why I'm doing a bunch of single attacks at the start, is so that I hit him only when he's not moving back. Nah, Tony! Hey man. I feel like I typoed it when I typed it last night, and it said 5:36:28, which is my world record 2 world records ago, and now my new one is 5:26:38. All right, so this one, power circle, equip, and then dodge. And this one I wasn't grinding, and I ended up failing it. But it's just a bitch. I mean, I was once good at this dodge, and for some reason the past 5 or 6 runs I haven't pulled it off. The problem is those aerial recons are very, very fast, and they will catch up to you if you try to run past them. So you really need to run into the area when all 3 of them are far from the area, but then you have to dodge the 2 Pantherons, and I failed it. I think this fight can be done in 3 grenades, but I didn't do it. I don't know. I haven't practiced much of the early fights. But this was what I had intended was a good chapter 1. I grinded the first 2 dodging sections, so I was happy about that.
Look, there they are.
This was my 12th or 13th run for the day. I think I said that 4 times already, but my plan was to do 1 of these a day, because there's a second luck factor I'll talk about later. That was actually going to be a run ender if I didn't get it, but I was going to grind chapter 1 until I got most of the dodges down. And I got a Phoenix down drop. I got so many Phoenix downs, it was ridiculous. I had so much luck. This run was just 50% luck, 50% skill. So there's no more to chapter 1 other than cutscene skips. If you actually go into the menu and you check Vanille's equipment, she doesn't have her wand or her binding rod, because you know she grabs it in this next section. So that was a 12:20 chapter 1, already 25 seconds ahead of previous world record.
No danger in
This is a fight that's kind of I don't know how to explain it, but it's just 2 attacks, kill. Easy. I don't know if you need to do 2 attacks or we could just do 3 in 1, but... Fake? Yeah, I'm lying. So I totally, I was so excited to get in good chapter 1 that I totally had forgotten to set battle speed to slow. So I lost time here because once I realized battle speed was not slow, I just retried. Kappa. So yeah, I was so excited I got out of chapter 1 that I just started fucking up. But actually this was I think the only fuck up in this chapter. So for those of you that are unfamiliar with 13 runs, chapter 2 is the time to farm Deceptisols and Fortisols. So it looks like I'm doing nothing in this fight, but that's intentional because for this fight I'm trying to get 2 stars, I think. 2 stars in this fight guarantees a Deceptisol drop. And I also pick up the Iron Bangle, so there's more than one use to this fight. Yeah, I think I got 2 stars. Change battle speed to normal? Yeah. You only change battle speed to slow for the vanilla fights. For those of you that are trying to remember when it's done. Both of the vanilla fights are set to slow, and we let Hope kill. It's a consistent pattern. That dodge is 100%. Like, the Panthers are really tame. Just run where there's an opening. And then this fight, I think I ended up failing it. I did 4 grenades. Ideally it's 3 grenades. You grenade the panther in the back twice, and then you grenade the first panther. Thanks, Garthion. I'm doing a run with commentary now that I can actually focus on talking instead of running. Yeah, so that grenade missed the first panther, and I don't even think I noticed it. And then that grenade missed the second panther. Yes, it was with my stupid -1 D-sub strats. And this wasn't actually the fight now. So, but it's actually, I mean, you're going to see how much time I gained, and it wasn't just the first 2 chapters. It was nutso. Like, the first 2 chapters were pretty negligible. Alright, so if you're going to do this dodge, you're going to camera trick from the start, because it prevents the Pantherons from running out. So see, I'm past the encounter zone, and the Panthers are running past me, because they're trying to run to the encounter zone. It's really funny. This Zwerg fight, you don't set battle speed to slow. All you do is you let Saz kill 3, and then you kill the last one. Except I think I'm also relying on an audio cue. They drop a Deceptisol. You want 0 stars because it multiplies the base shroud rate by 8, and in this chapter I think it's 12%, so getting 0 stars gives you a 96% chance of a Deceptisol in this fight. Lamb! That's kind of how I feel, honestly. No reason to run this game. Cause, yeah, I think I'm done. I got the Deceptisol and I got 3 torn leathers, which is good. You want more organic components because you're going to upgrade the Blaze Fire Saber in Chapter 5. Picked up the Phoenix Down. I didn't need it. So many Phoenix Down luck drops. This fight, you don't... It's a Fortisol fight, but it takes too long because the Pantheron is too high of a level or has too much HP, I forget. Battle time is determined based on enemy level, enemy HP, and character ATB and character max strength or magic. Going for sub 525 would be fucking dumb. Sure. So you have to pick up this Gladius. It will get used in the first 4, or up to chapter 4. That dodge, you lure the Panther to the right and then you dodge on his left. I know, it's ridiculous. And it's not that much RNG PS, it's only a 33% chance, which actually I can talk about now. This is the first fight in which you don't grind a shroud on that drops a Deceptisol. This is a Deceptisol fight, but the Pantheron again it makes the battle time or target time too high. But it's the first fight that can drop a Deceptisol, and you have a 12% chance of getting it.
Just too easy.
And look, I got the Deceptisol. So I got the Decept. So not only did I get a good chapter 1, I got the Decept. My plan of attack was to farm 1 less shroud than I normally do, and hope to get a bonus Deceptisol by the Behemoth fight in Chapter 3, because that's the last fight in Chapter 3 that gives a Deceptisol. And there are about 4 or 5 or 6 fights in between, depending on how many dodges you miss in Chapter 3, because some of them drop Deceptisols if you fight them. But I got my bonus already, so I was all set. Battle speed I set to slow while I was still snow because I was not doing anything, I was mid-air. The strat for this fight is the same as the first vanilla fight. You do a single attack and then you let Poke kill. The 4th Scandroid makes it so you get 0 stars. This one is not like... The first fight you get 2 stars, you get a guaranteed shroud, but this one you need 0 stars for the 96% chance. They drop a Fortisol, and the item The treasure ball is also a Fortisol, so you get 2 Fortisols for this fight. So, it's a good idea to do it. And they both get used. I mean, all of the shrouds get used, obviously, but... To get past these Pantherons, you lure them out, run out of the encounter zone, let them turn around, face you, let them back up a few steps, and then you can run it back in and pass them really easily. And then these Panthers aren't even a dodge, because they're sitting, so they take too long to stand up, you just run past them. Also, hey Celestria, how you doing? So this fight is a Fortisol chance, which... So, I don't know if I should spoil how the run went. I didn't get a Fortisol here, at least. You do a grenade on the first, a grenade on the second, a grenade on the third, unless the first two have died. So the reason that I'm grenading Pantherons and Ghouls is that they're all weak to fire, and grenade is actually fire elemental, so it'll do double damage. So it's more, it gives you higher DPS than 2 attacks. 2 attacks usually does more damage than an AoE attack, but I don't know. So now we get to farm the rest of the shrouds, and we do it by grabbing this power wristband. You try to preempt these ghouls, and you blitz in hopes of staggering both at the same time, and then you do a second blitz in hopes of killing both of them. I guess you're not guaranteed to kill that, or you're not going to kill the second one with the second blitz. I think sometimes Saz can kill it, but it's also a positioning issue. Pick up the power wristband, and then you equip the Gladius and power wristband on light. I mentioned that target time is determined by max strength, and so we're upping her strength so that target time gets reduced to the point where farming shrouds is wise. 2 Aegis, 1 Fort, 2 Decept. Alright, that's your prediction. I'm farming 4 Deceptisols in this chapter, so I'm actually dodging enemies I used to fight, because I already have 2. If I get caught by this dodge, which I actually pulled off, which was sweet, but that's a 3rd Deceptisol because he drops a Decept. And then I wanted to fight the last guy of this bunch, because he also drops a Decept and he can get in the way of dodging the gas at the back. So the 5 ghouls here, the order that they drop shrouds is Fortisol, Deceptisol, Deceptisol, Fortisol, Deceptisol. So I'm always going to skip the 1st and 4th because I don't need to farm extra forts. For the Deceptisols, you would fight the 2nd, 3rd, or 5th. And because I didn't fight the Ghast, I had to fight one more ghoul than the 5th. I was going to fight the 5th always. I was also going to fight the 3rd, and I kind of just ran into him and preempted him accidentally. The way to get 0 stars for this fight is to wait until the chain is 106.5, and then you attack when the chain duration crosses the decimal point. That works if Saz doesn't get hit. If Saz gets hit, you have to time it yourself. I think it's 34 seconds is the target time, or 34 seconds is the time you want to get 0 stars. So you can get a feel for 34 seconds later. Or later, why did I say later? If you run it yourself. Easier to go by audio cue. I mean, I was going to mention the audio cue, and it's actually what I do. But if I get the 106.5, I go for it, for the visual. Otherwise, I go for audio. Audio cue, you just rely on battle music, actually. This dodge, I have trouble with, but people swear it's easy, and I pulled it off first try, so I was like, sweet! I use a Fortisol for Anima. There are a bunch of scenes here. So I guess like the trick with dodging the two ghasts is you want to lure them, get them to walk forward, and then run out of the battle zone, get them to turn in one direction, let them back up, and then go whichever way is open. But I keep having troubles with that. First dodge, run on the left. Second dodge, you want to run diagonally and then run on the right. Third dodge, run on the right. You'll do it 100%. The shroud totals I'm going for. So I'm doing a 2-5 route. So that's 2 forts, 5 deceps. But I'm only farming 4 deceps in chapter 2, and I'm hoping for a bonus decep by chapter 3, and I actually got it in this chapter, so I was golden. So Anima is the last fight before you get paradigms. If you do 3 blitzes to Anima, you kill the right arm, and then you're just going to focus on Anima. Potion whenever HP is low, and that's it. You can sort of, I think you can time Lightning's attacks so that you're not attacking when he's going to do an attack, like the arm swipe. Because he does it like if he's provoked, I think. Like he does it based on attacks. Like it's kind of a counterattack-ish thing. So you can kind of let Snow run in, attack, let him get swiped, and then attack him. But I haven't actually experimented with that. I kind of just mash X for this fight. Thanks, Wipey. And that's a misspelling. The worst misspelling of definitely I have ever seen. So I don't remember if this was the one. No, I think it is. Yeah, this is the end of chapter 2. So I gold splitted chapter 2 because of my 4 Decepticol route and dodging all the ghasts really well. And now we have paradigms. I think this is a decept fight. Fair enough. I'm just teasing you. Don't worry. That fight's easy. You just blitz the first, or you do auto battle to do blitz attack, and then depending on positioning, you'll do blitzes or attacks.
See, huh?
Yep. All playing for team.
I think. No, never mind. I was gonna say something. I changed my mind. Most of the dodges in this chapter are really easy, except for the middle segment. Middle segment can be a troll, but in the middle segment, if you get caught by a dodge, you just fight it. Skip the Crystarium tutorial, because otherwise you have to pick up a node for lightning, and I don't remember if it's a node that we end up picking up anyway. I'm sure it is, but it would just get in the way, and it's slow. You basically don't want to access the menu unless you need to. This group, the birds scare me because they remind me of the birds in chapter 12. But I'm not sure if they're actually as dangerous. And that's the first dodge so far. There hasn't been much yet. This fight is a 4-second fight. You skip the tutorial, do auto battle, and then you win. It's kind of to show you how much stronger you are now that you have Lassie power, because they're all enemies from the first section. They're wardens. Skip the cutscene. Whenever there's a cutscene after a battle, you can just mash start, and then once the game pauses, you can skip it. I'm not gonna. I don't think I'll talk much about the cutscene skips because I'm not 100% on most of them. You need to get past the gas because he's dodging away, and I started doing this where I run at him, and then I run a circle around the nearby gas, and then hopefully that gets him walking out of the way, which he did here. These frogs will never hit you because they are too busy with their jumping out animation. It's like scripted. By the time you get past them, like they just finished their animation, so they can't follow you. So those are 3 dodges. If you have any questions, by the way, feel free to ask. If I'm making something not clear. Beautiful tango. Yeah. So, okay, now we're dodging 4 panthers. The only one that's really problematic is the back panther, because sometimes he'll run in front of you, and if he does, you just want to run to his left, but otherwise run to his right. Like this time he ran forward, so you can just run to his right. This panther, just run around the left of them. I think if you try to run between them, one of them will run at you and hit you. This treasure is synthetic components because we're going to upgrade the Blazefire Saber in Chapter 5 and we need all the organics we can get in order to get to X3 multiplier. This fight, do a single blitz and you'll win. The blitz will kill the 2 enforcers and Snow and Vanille will take care of the warden. Nice. So this is the Magician's Mark. Now we go into the menu, and it's kind of like, I do this really fast, but I set up a Tri-Disaster and 2 aggressions, and I set aggression as default. Crystarium, you can kind of see what I'm doing, but I'm just grabbing stat nodes because that's all I can afford. Snow, equip the Wild Bear, and Vanille, equip the Magician's Mark. We unequip the Power Circle now because we sell it in Chapter 5 for Gil. And it gives you more gil than the Wild Bear. And now we're at the Warmech fight. I think that this fight can give you a Decepticol, I forget. So skip the tutorial, do a Libra, do Auto Battle, and then Paradigm Shift. You want to shift during his attack because it bypasses the long first Paradigm Shift animation, so you can attack faster. When you're in the second aggression, do a potion, and then do Thunders to cancel his Crystal Rain. And then you're just going to mash attack until victory. You want the potion if lightning drops below 120 HP. In order to guarantee an ATB refresh, I let Vanille finish casting, because I think that's the perfect length. And yeah, I don't think I've described an ATB refresh, but all you do, if you shift between the same paradigm, it doesn't even need to be the same paradigm, if you shift from one paradigm to the next, and the time between the last ATB refresh was more than 12 seconds, you'll get an ATB refresh, which starts you with full ATB. It's really noticeable for your allies. If you time it, you can actually skip their paradigm shift animation. So now we lost Snow and Saz is in the party, so we need to reset paradigms. I set up 2 Tri-Disasters and 2 Relentless Assaults. They get used mostly for the Garuda at the end of the chapter. Oh, and also the Behemoth. And now we're in the mid segment of the game, middle of the game, right here. No, middle of Chapter 3 is where the dodges are actually the most difficult. There are 3 of these frog dodges that are all really difficult, and I'm not 100% on how to do any of them. I usually just run on the right for this group, and I pray. And I actually really lucked out. It looked like I should have hit that frog. Run to the right to pick up this treasure. It's more synthetic components. Organic components. And then you jump down and you hope to dodge the panthers, but this is luck based on their position. Sometimes you jump right into one, so there's not anything you can do. But you do 2 blitzes. You blitz 1 panther, 1 in the middle, and then you do a second blitz on not that panther, but a different one. And usually you'll kill all of them, and you'll have a 7-second fight. Oh, and if you miss the first frog fight, I would just fight it because it's tricky and they give you organic components and some of them give you a Deceptisol at an 8% chance. This is the second frog dodge, and the way I do it is run around the left or hug the left wall, and you'll like touch the tail of this guy, but you'll miss the rest. And if that guy doesn't jump forward enough, you'll hit him, but I don't know. And then these frogs are very tricky. Some people actually Deceptisol through this. Hey, thanks Minty. I tried not to Deceptisol and I failed, but that was kind of expected. I don't usually expect to do this dodge, and when I do, it's sweet, but they give you a bunch of organic components, so there's that. So there were like 7 weak frogs, and then there are these 3 basses. The basses are stronger, but I blitz all of the weak ones first because they can actually be really powerful and take you out in one hit. If all of them gangbang lightning, you know it's game over. But basically blitz whichever one is positioned the closest to another one, and then heal if needed. I actually misshifted. I should not have gone to Commed Rav, but the battle ended. I didn't even know I did that. It was unintentional. So yeah, we're past the difficult dodges. The rest of the chapter is pedestrian. I don't know if pedestrian's the right word. I'm thinking of Sharky now. This behemoth is where I would normally, if I didn't get a bonus Deceptisol by here, I would actually quit. But I already got it at the first fight that can give you a bonus Deceptisol, so I was really pumped. You skip the tutorial, you mash auto battle, and then you shift to Try Disaster. You do an ATB refresh after Saz casts his 5th fire, and you do 2 more rounds in Try Disaster. And then when Saz casts his 6th fire, I suppose that wasn't. I suppose you don't want to wait for his 6th. You have to wait slightly longer. Once he staggers, you can just attack him as a commando. And I think that was actually close. I was thinking of that like, oh shit, that almost killed me. If that had hit lightning, it would have been game over, but it was just in time. So yeah, that's 37:22 to that point. So it's like less than 40 minutes to get to that behemoth. And if you don't get the bonus Decept, or rather my strat was if I didn't get the bonus Decept, I would just quit. Because it's less than 40 minutes, and if I only do this like once a day, get to the behemoth once a day, it's about an hour to get past chapter 1, and then 40 minutes to get to the behemoth, so it's less than 2 hours a day, and I'm practicing early game, if anything. Yeah, bite me. This dodge, just hug the left wall, and then there's... They won't hit you. I mean, we need a tutorial, you know, for my legacy, man. I mean, please. So this one, so I use a Deceptisol. I'm going to utilize Deceptisol canceling for the first time here. Because I don't remember what they are, but those, I really have no idea what they're called. They look like vacuum cleaners, or they remind me of vacuum cleaners. They are really fast. Like, if they see you, they just barrel straight at you, so it's wise to just Deceptisol. But what I do is I run past a bunch of guys with a Deceptisol so they won't see me, and then once I'm past the last group, I just cancel it on the back of them, and I retry the fight immediately, and that gives me the Deceptisol back. So I get to Deceptisol past enemy groups without using any Deceptisols. You can actually do that for every dodge if you really wanted to. It's just the time to retry is like 10 seconds. So if you want to take the Decept penalty for each dodge, you know. I decept there again. Watch drone. No, these aren't watch drones, but in the future they're watch drones. So I guess I can call them watch drones. There are 2 sets of watch drones here, so I just decept us all. And actually, this fight, I mean, I don't know if it's even possible to run past them without a decept assault, because it's like a narrow hallway and there are 3 of them. Chances are one of them's going to hit you. And actually, like, sometimes you do need to wait for one of them to clear the way in order to run past them, because it is such a narrow hallway. But that's the last Decept Assault cancel of the chapter. That treasure, I think, has 30 gil in it. It's not worth picking up. Like, I once thought, why don't people pick it up? It's like right there. But it's like 30 fucking gil. This gets picked up because it's organic. The reason we need to pick up all of the organics straight from the start is that you can't purchase organic components until Chapter 6. Creature Comforts doesn't get unlocked until you kill Aster Protoflorian. This behemoth, you just run along the right side, and I haven't failed it. I've seen people camera trick, but I don't think it does anything. And then these watch drones, like you saw, they started going right at me. Sometimes they can hit you. Secret hidden offline streamer. How dare me. I'm giving you the tutorial now though, Death Tome. You can listen. Or at least watch the highlight later. And I'll also have this gameplay footage uploaded to YouTube later. The first one, you want to let the first soldier see you so the second soldier won't hit you as you run past him. It's kind of strange why... Like, I once thought, oh, just run behind the first guy's back, but then the second guy screws you up. And then the second dodge is straightforward, just runs straight through it. Sweet. And again, feel free to ask me questions or some clarifications on what I'm doing. If there's like a reason that like I'm not doing something that seems like it's obvious, there's usually a reason why, so you should feel free to ask it. Or if you just want to ask how I was feeling at this time. Like I was like feeling really nervous right now for some reason. Or I guess it was chapter 4. Or no, it was chapter 5, never mind. You'll see why. Like chapter 5 I failed a dodge that you just don't fail. So the first group of soldiers just go wherever there's an opening. I'm holding on to my mic, I don't know. I suppose I'll keep my hands up here so Celestria is not bothered. Oh, and then when you jump down, the soldiers never hit you. They'll be more active in 20 minutes. Sweet. Pick up both treasures. One of them is 2 Libroscopes. Those are really great. Hey, Remix. Look at the title, man. This is the run. Okay, so for the Garuda, there are 2 phases. The first phase, you do 3 attacks. Shift to Try Disaster. Auto Chain. Shift out into Relentless, 3 attacks. Shift into the Relentless again, 3 attacks. Really easy. So you notice that when lightning is in mid-air and you do a paradigm shift, it bypasses the first paradigm shift animation. But when you do the second shift, it does the first paradigm. But it won't give you the ATB refresh, so it's actually perfect. Because instead of like wasting time, you're actually utilizing time for the refresh, or for the shift. The second phase, you need to stagger it before you can do damage, and his chain resistance is higher, so... That's just really funny. But yeah, once you stagger them, just do refreshes between Relentless and do 2 rounds of 3 attacks in each one. and that's it. So there's one cutscene skip, and then there's a save prompt, and then we're in Snow's section. Actually, there isn't even any snow moving, it's just snow fights. So cookies. So this fight, actually, if you don't do this, you're going to have a tougher fight. Do 3 attacks on the ranger on the left. The first 2 will kill, and then you'll do 1 on the second guy. You'll want to do 3 more attacks on the guy with full health, and then you'll kill all 3. The reason that if you don't do this, you will have a harder fight is that once 2 guys die, more will respawn. But if you kill the 3rd guy like that really quickly, like they won't respawn and the fight will just end. For Shiva, do attack, ruin, attack, shift the Tri-Disaster, do 3 frost strikes, and then do 2 more frost strikes, and then shift the Sentinel. Summon fights are kind of interesting because instead of trying to like do damage, you're trying to raise the Gestalt chain. And the basic idea for raising Gestalt is to increase chain. It's not like how high can you get the chain, but it's kind of how much is each attack increasing the chain by. So you kind of want to have like a really high chaining efficiency for each individual attack. But each roll has a different bonus, and Commando's bonuses are actually higher than Ravager here, which is why attack, ruin, attack is a good idea. But once you have chain duration with Commando, you can do frost strikes to raise chain. Sentinel is unique in that Gestalt raises by a certain amount for each attack that Shiva does. But basically you only want to do it after she does an ATB charge, because like 2 of her attacks are the ones that raise the chain, the Gestalt by the most. And this wraps up chapter 3. I feel like this is slightly... no, this is fine. So... I lost a second. Oh darn. So... it's another... so this is another 4 Panther fight. It's the positioning is different than the 4 Panther fight I discussed earlier. So it's actually, you kind of need like 3 blitzes or 2 blitzes and 3 attacks or something to win, and it's slightly slower than the other Panther fight, but I mean it's only seconds faster. Just run forward and then let the cutscene play out. Like, an animation starts once you cross some line. And then there are 3 cutscene skips. Some of these are kind of trollish because I haven't figured out quite when you can skip them. This dodge, if you miss it, you just fight, or I fight it because it's hard to get past them with their reset positions. Basically run around the right side for that. If you get caught, Libra the Thexteron and Blitz the Thexteron. Liberating it allows Hope to see its Blizzard weakness, so he'll only focus on Blizzard. Now that watch drone right there is such a bitch to get past, because he's dodging, or he's like guarding 60 or 70% of the width of the corridor. So it's kind of like annoying to get past him, but yeah, Decept Assault and then dodge the first group. And in the second group there's usually an opening somewhere, and then you cancel on this guy just because whatever. You don't need to cancel on his back. He's easy to dodge. He doesn't move. This chapter 4 actually was ridiculous. I missed no dodging. Or I did each dodge. It was incredible, and I got a gold split. So here, you have to set up 2 additional paradigms, and you have to default to Rav Sab. And then you want to grab water for vanilla because the enemies in the next fight are weak to water. And these guys are guarding the switch, so you have to fight them. This fight can be as fast as 40 seconds or as slow as 1:20, so you kind of have to be smart with what you're doing. It's tricky because Saz's commando is not unlocked, so you have no means of stabilizing chain, so you can't really easily stagger an enemy once they lose stagger. But the first part, you highlight Libra over the soldier, you lit Vanille, cast D-Shell, and then you Libra Watch Drone so that Vanille will do water. You shift to Sin Sab and you cast Faith on both Saz and Vanille. And then you shift to dual casting and you kill 2 of the deck drones, or watch drones. I suppose they are watch drones. I suppose the ones in Chapter 9 are deck drones. You kill 2 of the deck drones, you kill the soldier, and you kill the last deck drone. That's how I do it, but sometimes, like, actually in the runs before this, the stagger on the soldier wore out before it killed the second deck drone, so it sucked. And then these next 2 dodges are kind of random. They're not going to see you, but the problem is that there are many enemies, they run all over the place, and they have big hitboxes. The first one is actually not that bad. This group can be annoying. You just kind of have to wait for an opening, and I can't believe that worked. I remember, oh my gosh, I should have hit him. The problem is that Saz has too big of a hitbox. This one, I think I waited a while. You need to wait until there's an opening, and it was kind of bad because the soldiers were on opposite sides of each other, but the first soldier walked forward and gave me the opening I needed. I actually feel like that section is harder because you can't just decept past. Because the next one's like, those are 3-way fights in which the enemies won't see you. So a Decept Assault isn't going to help because the enemies already don't see you. The next ones you can Decept if you're really scared. We get Hope back, and we have to change the paradigm to include a Rav, Sab, Rav, and default to it for this fight. This is the only fight that we're doing. Wait for Vanille to start casting, and then you do 3 fires. And then you shift to Tri-Disaster, you do 3 fires, and then 2 fires, and you win. If you don't preempt, which happens rarely, like, my camera angle is off, so like if I couldn't see the soldier, I was running blindly. If I had actually hit the wrong angle, the soldier would have seen me, and so I would have to fight him without a preempt. If you don't preempt, you would just do auto chain, wait for Vanille to inflict D-Shell, which will actually stabilize the chain gauge, and then you shift to Tri-Disaster and kill. It'll be slower because you have to stagger it, and then you can start doing more damage. These first 2 dodges actually aren't that bad. First soldier is of course easy, and then these birds, like, they never hit me. Usually, like, they do this where they don't move. Sometimes they run at me, but they always, like, miss me for some reason. Just run between them and you won't have any issues.
Do me a favor. Stop wandering off and stay where I can keep my eye.
This isn't even a dodge. They're off to the side. You're just running through the battle zone and they won't see you. This one looks scary, but just runs straight through. The bird, it looks scary because the bird drops right behind you, but he won't hit you if you just run straight through. Run around the soldier. That was scary. That bird has hit me once, but I don't know. This one is difficult because, like, the first bird saw me, which actually makes other guys more aggressive, but I didn't get hit. And then here, just run straight through is the best course of action.
I hope snow's alright.
Bartandal is, I'm not sure, I think it's 20 minutes. At least for Bart 2 it's 20 minutes. I'm not sure if Bart 1 has a Doom timer, I'm not sure if Bart 3 has a Doom timer, but I know Bart 2 has a 20-minute Doom counter. And now this menuing is like, all of these paradigms are set up exclusively for the Dreadnought fight, and they just get used for the birds guarding the switch. We could go to Crystarium to get mostly abilities, I guess. Bravery on Saz, Power Chain on Lightning. I suppose like there is this Strength 10 boost that's really good to grab because it's really cheap. I suppose actually I'm getting... Well, you get Deep Protect on Vanille and then you just invest the rest in Saboteur because you're going to do that in Chapter 6 as well. And then Hope you're going to invest in his Ravager in Chapter 5 anyway. Just basically grab as much as you can. And then Doctor's Code on Saz, Silver Bangle on Hope, and then you replace his Airwing with the Ninurta. The Ninurta is cheaper than the Airwing, so you want to replace the Airwing with the Ninurta and then sell the Airwing. This bird is guarding a switch. You will want to target the Succubus because he can cast Bravery on his allies and Deep Protect on you. If Vanille casts Deep Protect, he will die, otherwise he'll have to die in here. Shift the Sin Rav Rav to Brave Light. Throw a potion if you need to, and then Faith Vanille. And then what I did here was I shifted back to Ravcom Sab. The Incubi are weak to water, so like you could really also use Relentless Assault instead of relying on Deep Protect luck, but I got lucky here. I got Deep Protect on both, so Vanille was useless. But Saz's fires aren't going to do much relative to Bravery Lightning and Faith Vanille, so you might as well not Faith him.
Doing good.
This dodge is tricky. Like, I should have gotten hit there. God, that was tight. This one's not as bad. And then this group usually doesn't affect me, but if any of those birds that jump down hit you and you retry the fight, they start on the ground, so it's harder to dodge them a second time or try to dodge them a second time. So if that happens, you get hit by one of them the first time, you would want the Decept Assault to get past them anyway, so at least the next ones after that they failed would be easier. For Dreadnought, you need the Libra from the start so that Lightning will focus on attacks. And then when Light does 3 attacks, shift to Malevolence. I got an early Deep Protect here, which can be bad, because it will last 1 minute and this fight lasts slightly longer than a minute, I think. Maybe? I don't know. Like, this is a 2-stage fight. This is only the first stage. Get Brave on Light, Faith on Vanille and Saz. And then you'll get back to, head to Smart Bomb for Vanille to finish debuffing. And because Vanille got D-Shell really quickly, I did something slightly silly, and I shifted to Try Disaster, and then I tried to do 2 Paradigm Shifts to get an ATB refresh. But it actually allowed his Steam Clean to go out, which actually isn't that bad, because it removes only 1 debuff, and the last one was D-Shell. You would have to go back to Ravcom Sab to reinflict D-Shell, but once you hit Stagger, you're going to just stay in Relentless Assault, shift between the 2 of them for refreshes, wait for Lightning to kill it. I mean, Saz and Vanille will do stuff, so I suppose I shouldn't say Light, but Light will do twice as much as Saz and Vanille, so. Second phase, you'll start in Relentless from the previous fight. Wait for Light to do 3 attacks, shift to Malevolence, do the same Brave, Faith, Faith. And then, I mean, it's the same pattern as before at this point. Except now now we need to stagger cancel Wrecking Ball, which is a timing issue. So I think you can just do 1 fire here, and then you can wait for Wrecking Ball. I did it slightly early because I was anticipating it, but yeah, you need underline, capitalized, bold, size 14 font need to stagger cancel Wrecking Ball because it can kill you. The issue is not that like it will always kill you. It's that it will sometimes kill you. Because sometimes it will hit you twice, and it does like 300 on its own, and you only have like 400 HP, so... But once you've staggered him and you got past Wrecking Ball, you're just going to wait for Light to kill. Once again, shift between Relentless Assaults for ATB refreshes. That fight was actually slower because I think I did worse on the first phase than I normally do. And now this is pretty important. Remember to unequip the Doctor's Code on Saz, because you only have this 20-second segment of running in order to do it, and you want to have the Doctor's Code for Odin. Strictly speaking, it's not necessary, but it will make the fight more dangerous and potentially slower because you'll have to throw more potions. Note that potions with Doctor's Code are healing for 300 HP right now. And everyone has like really low HP. Potions are really great in the first few chapters because your HP is low. The deeper you go in the game, the less it does, because it does the maximum of 5% max HP or 150 HP. And 5% HP only exceeds when you cross 3000 HP, and we only get to that in the speedrun in chapter 13. So this fight, attack Blitz the tracker, shift to calm Sin and do it again, and that kills the tracker. I threw a potion for safety, and then you're going to Blitz basically, or you can just repeat the attack Blitz. You want to attack such that the Blitz will hit the most people, because it's AoE. But the gunners can walk all over the place. They can make it so they're all four of them are really far apart, and if that happens, this is a slow fight. I got 2 Phoenix downs. So far, the only bonus shroud I got was the Decept Assault, and that was the one that I needed in order to do this run in the first place. And now we're doing more dodging. These dodges are actually easier because you're using Light instead of Saz, and Light has a smaller hitbox. And these are soldiers and not, I don't know what the guys are, birds? Birds are more trollish than soldiers. First one, you actually first want to make a wide, hug the left wall in the area before it, and at times you just dwell enough to get past the first group. Second group, you want to run in between the first soldier and the last 2. It looks scary because the 2 soldiers run ahead, but once you get it down, it's fine. For that guy, I don't know what he's called, Bulwarker, I want to say, but that's the chapter 12 guy. Just wait until he's facing away from you and far to the right, and then you can just run on his left. This group, if that tracker walks to the right, do attack Blitz. If he just walks back, such that the Blitz won't hit, do 3 attacks. If you do attack Blitz, you can then do attack Blitz on the second guy, and then do 2 attacks, and you'll kill both of them really quickly. Another Phoenix down. Phoenix downs are actually great for gil reasons, because they sell for 500 gil. Also, I feel like for some reason the music is pitched higher right now on this video than it was in the game, and I'm not sure if it's an issue of my headphones making it sound higher, or there's some issue in conversion, or this desktop is being strange, or if it's just my delusion, but the timer, the video's playing at the right speed, so like these were the splits that I had yesterday, so I'm running against my old world record splits for visual effect, but these were the times that I had yesterday. So for this minigame, you just basically want to run through. I do 1 sweep attack in the 3rd section just to get enough kills, but it's not necessary. Well, a lot of people count their kills because I guess if you kill enough just by walking around, you don't need to do that sweep. But I just do the sweep because fuck it, I don't want to count. I'm bad at counting. The reason you do that is that you want to get 20 thickened hides. If you kill too few, you'll get like 12 sturdy bones or something less than that. And the 20 thickened hides gives you more bonus points for upgrading, so you're more likely to get to an XIII multiplier on the Blazefire Saber in Chapter 5. That Bulwarker was really close to hitting me. I forgot to talk about the 2 dodges. The first one, I have issues with it 30% of the time, but just run through. The second one, just run through. And this one, I sometimes have issues, but it's also not that bad. I'm being really bad with descriptions right now. I think people have started Deceptisoling this one because it takes a while for you to get hit, because they see you right here and they can hit you right at this point, and you spend too long to get to that point, so it's like a 20-minute failure, but I didn't have issues here. Paradigms, you default to Calm Sin and you set up 2 Ravs. You already have 1, so you only need to add 1 more. And then you give the Doctor's Code to Light. And now we're going to do Odin. So you're going to open with 3 attacks, and then 1 attack, and then shift to Rav. This gives you a lot of duration. And it gives you Protect on Light Hope. And then right when you're in Rav, you're going to throw a potion, because you're already going to be low at health. And then you're going to auto chain. Sometimes Light will get hit, because you're going to be close to Odin, but you do need to heal. And then you're just going to refresh between dual castings. But this does depend on like what Odin does. He's currently targeting Hope, which is nice. Because if he targets lightning, you can't do anything but throw potions. And if you time your potions such that you're doing it right when he does the attack, lightning won't get launched. But attacks like Skyward Swing will launch you. Flourish of Steel won't. Thundara won't. And then there's a 4th attack that he does that I forget what it does, what it's called, but it launches. Hope had 1 HP, wow. When the Gestalt gets close to full and you know he's attacking Hope, you don't need to worry about healing anymore. I mean, if Hope dies, I mean... But if you're close to the end, you might as well just focus on raising the Gestalt. But that fight is tricky. And there's such a huge time variance. The fastest I did it was 49 seconds. That fight was 109. So it's 20 seconds slower, but it's like nothing I can do. It's just random. This is the Gestalt tutorial, which we're actually going to do what they want us to do, but not by taking the tutorial. So you do auto battle, which will do 2 blitzes and kill the 3 soldiers in front. Summon and manually do 2 blitzes to get chain duration on both. And then manually cast Water Thunder, Water Thunder. Or no, sorry, you don't need to manually, I'm sorry. You can do auto chain because Light only knows Water Thunder. Later on, we're going to need to manually select the spells because in general, characters cast spells better than they can use strikes. And when we're in roles that raise chain, all we care about is raising the chain. We're not going to focus on dealing damage because we're going to wait until we're in a calm role to do that. And those guys are actually called Ulans, or Ulans, or whatever. They're not bulwarkers, but next time. That was great. So... yeah, for those of you, I mentioned this earlier, I failed no dodge in Chapter 4. And at this point I was like, holy shit. Because usually I fail at least 1 dodge up to here. But I got here flawlessly, and I thought for sure I was going to fail one of these bomb dodges. I set up paradigms here just in case I fail the first bomb dodge. But the next 2 you would just have to retry or decept past. I get magic on Vanille so that her waters will be more potent because we're going to use them to kill bombs. Or sorry, we have a chance of using them to kill bombs. The first bomb is random. You have to figure out which way he's looking based on his movement, and then run basically around his back. But that doesn't always work, and sometimes he just guards the door. This group can be troll, and they weren't today, but I don't know. I just run through and pray. And then this group really sucks. The soldier wasn't going to see me, and I ran around the back of the bomb, so I was pretty safe. But sometimes the soldier is blocking your way, sometimes the bomb is sitting on the bridge, and you can't do a damn thing about that. In those situations where it's like really sketch, I would just use a Deceptisol. Because if you're going to fail it really easily, you might as well just Decept and take the 10-second penalty. We picked this up just to sell. And then that guy was almost troll because he was right in my way. And then he just got out of the way. But that dodge is a non-issue. It's just basically make sure they're not in your way. These two gremlins. Gremlins are notorious because their hitboxes are like twice their size. You can't just say, oh, I did that really easily. It's actually pretty tight. But if you run it in between the two of them, like, you'll do that well enough. This group, wherever there's an opening, run if you need to lure them out to one side or something. Luring basically just run in, get them to run to one side, exit the area, the battle zone, and then run in the other way so they lose the aggression on you and you can run past them more easily. In retrospect, I did not need to pick up this Phoenix down because I had 10 in chapter 6. And now we're going to do 4 fights here. The hope is to preempt them all. The only one you need to preempt is the second one, the 2 soldiers. In a situation like this, you need to kill the bomb first. Because the bomb will heal himself with his attacks, and if he gets to full health, he'll self-destruct. But he's weak to water, so like Vanille's waters will do as much as Saz's attacks, at least. Except Saz has bravery, so it's slightly different, but the soldier's resistances change when he's staggered, because he like opens up like that. So he like goes from halves physical to normal to physical. So you want to wait until he's opened up before you start attacking him. And then you have to activate these platforms. Don't forget to do that. You need to activate all 4, and you can only activate it after you do the fight. This group, wait for the preempt. Because soldiers take too long to stagger. When you preempt them, you can easily stagger both really quickly, so just wait for him to start walking forward, and then he won't turn around. So what you need to do is cast Bravery quickly, shift to Calm Sab, and then attack the second soldier, because Vanille will focus on the first. And then when both have D Protect, you can shift to Calm Rav. You don't need to worry about D Shell. And then just basically kill them. They're not going to do anything when they're opened. My throat's getting really dry. I'm not used to talking like this much when I'm running. So I preempted this group so I can actually demonstrate the preempt fight. Cast Bravery and then immediately shift to Calm Sab like before. And it's the same thing as the 2 soldiers. I don't know why I manually did 3 attacks, but you can just do auto battle because you'll have intel on both by this point. But Yeah. I guess it's the same fight as the two soldiers, just faster. So what's going on, guys? Bartando's comment was about 5 minutes ago. So I tried to preempt and I actually got it. Preempt makes this fight a guaranteed victory if you do it right. Do auto support immediately and you'll immediately cast Faith on Vanille. Target the second bomb. Vanille will kill the first bomb with 3 waters. And then the second bomb will self-destruct, but you'll do enough damage to it that it won't kill you. And you'll win in 12 seconds. If you don't preempt, the fight gets more variable. It's actually more tricky, and I've actually died there because I failed it. Pretty vital to unequip Saz and Vanille, because you are going to use both the Power Wristband and the Magician's Mark in Chapter 5. Pick up this Fortisol. And Decept past this group. And that's it. A flawless Chapter 4. So I'm going to have like a ridiculous time gain as the result. I was like so hyped at this point. I was like, oh shit, I pulled off the perfect Chapter 4. I mean, it could have been better if I had preempted the first group on the first try of that last section, and some fights could have been a few seconds faster, but I was cool. So this isn't the end of Chapter 4, because there is a brief segment with Snow's flashback. You do need to remember to cancel the Deceptisol. There was one time, and this is actually in practice, so it didn't matter, that I forgot to cancel the Deceptisol. And you'll know if you forgot to cancel it because Snow will currently be in Decept status, which is really funny. But this segment is just literally run here, talk, run to Sarah, skip cutscenes, chapter end. So this is Chapter 4, man. Gold split. So here I actually got nervous and I choked the first dodge because I was a chump. Paradigms. I mean, I go through paradigms so fast I can't really explain what I'm setting up, but I'm basically getting 2 Ravs, 2 Com Ravs, and I'm setting up a Com Sin, which is already there, and a Com Med. You're going to mash Ravager. I say mash Ravager, that's a 13-2 term. You're going to level up Ravager for both Hope and Light, and the focus is to get Water on Hope and Water and Aqua Strike on Light. And you're going to equip the Edged Carbine on Light and the Power Wristband, because now we're going to do our first shopping segment. Sell all the weapons that are unequipped, sell the Iron Bangle and the Auric Armlet, and then sell all of the mechanical components, and in their stead buy 50 polymer emulsions, and then buy 21 potions, because at this point you're going to need to buy potions. And then upgrade the Blaze Fire Saber. Use all the organic components you have on hand and pray that you get to X3. You're guaranteed to get to X2, but there is a small chance that you'll only get to X2. You won't get to X3. But I got to it here, so that was good. And try to hold on to this 30 bone if you can, but it's not a big deal. It's only 80 gil. I don't know what I was thinking here, but I went from a flawless chapter 4 to failing the first dodge of chapter 5, and there's no way you can fail a dodge because they jump up in the air and you just run in the middle and you will never hit them. And I don't know why I didn't. But really, like, the only tricky dodges are those involving Thexterons, because I mean, like, this group in general, like these enemy types in general, the Thexteron, the Pantheron, the Adamantheron, the Gorgonopsid, that family, they like to charge at you, so some are easier to just get past than others, but
trust me to cover your tail and stay
yeah,
focused on moving forward.
Like this first section is all dodging, and a lot of it is easy. Just the Thexteron dodges are difficult. You really just need to look at the mini-map. See if a Thexteron is going to charge in front of you, in which case run around him. Or if someone's going to catch up to you, dart to the side really quickly to prevent him from hitting you. But it's really a practice thing. Really, these frag leeches are 100% dodges, unless you're me and you freak out over nothing. And then you run into one accidentally at the start. But yeah, the only issue is the Thexterons. I'm not sure what those flyers are called, but they're also not an issue. So what's up, guys? This behemoth can do one of two things. This time he was passive and he didn't charge forward, and I can just run straight through. If he charges forward, just run to his left. You're at the last boss. Well, at least you're almost done. Unfortunately, we're past the part where, oh shoot, I forgot to say. You have to camera trick for this group. Do you have to? I think you do. I think camera trick helps. I shouldn't say it's necessary, but I think it does something. But if you can't, you camera trick, hug the left wall, you'll get past them 100%. And now the focus is going from dodging to fighting. Well, I shouldn't say dodging is completely gone, but because we're fighting more of these guys. I got hit by this dodge once, but it's basically just ignore him or just get out of his way. This fight, I think I messed up. Or I should say, I mean, I did it slower because I did something stupid, but you do Libra so that light will focus on attacks. If the enemy doesn't have intel, Comm AI will want to do ruin attack or attack ruin depending on whether attack or ruin does more damage. So basically you want to Libra in order for commandos to do the most damage. I did something silly here and yeah, I lost chain. Because the power chain missed and the second attack ran out of duration. So this fight was slower than it should be. And right now I was thinking, oh great, time for the choke. I had such a great start, and I'm gonna blow it in chapter 5. But I was fine. Celestria thought I was going to have like 3 forts, 2 decepts, 2 Aether souls or something. I have yet to get a Burn of the Shroud. since the bonus decept, and I'm past segments where you actually have the highest chances of getting a bonus shroud. Like I think in this chapter it's like 1.2% or something. The wolves I dodged. The first set of wolves, I don't remember those two. The first set, avoid them, I guess. Second set, they're on the ground, so you don't need to worry. Third set is just crawlers. You can just run past them. They won't hit you. This fight, if you preempt, wait to cast Fyra until Light is about to start attacking, so that she'll do 2 blitzes. Because if you start with Fyra, she'll only do single target attacks instead of blitz. So it's a waste of time. For the Behemoth, again, do Libra so that Light will focus on attacks. And then she'll focus on water because she knows of water weakness. But you want to start with some calm, stabilize chain, and then you want to do 2 rounds of Rav, ATB refresh. I did it into Rav calm, but you could also do Rav, but the issue is that Light will do Aqua Strike water, and her strength is like 2.5 times her magic at this point. So I think she does more damage if she just does attacks, but I don't know. I kind of did this on the fly. If you get a turbo jet from this fight, hold on to it, because it will save you 420 gil. Actually, you're going to buy turbojets later. They buy for 840. If you sell it, you get 420 gil now, and then you have to spend 840 gil later, so you lose 420 gil. Yeah, so you do save 420 gil versus having to buy a turbojet. This group of 10 crawlers, you're going to need to potion if you need to, but otherwise just do Fyra. And make sure that you get ATB refreshes if you can. Try to make sure Light does blitz by targeting the right guy. So Death Tome didn't answer that, but Death Tome is making notes for FF9. And now we have Light lead. Kind of curious that this is the only segment where you lead with Hope. Like the game forces you to lead with Hope only for that segment, and then they decide to throw Light in randomly, but these wolves, actually, like right here, I'm outside the battle zone. That's the trick to getting past them. When you leave the battle zone, enemy oh, it didn't appear on my end. Twitch chat. Like whenever I do shit, like Twitch eats messages. So your message probably got eaten, or maybe Rice Forte had gotten it and I didn't get it on my end. That's why I display the chat in my stream, is so that people can see what I see. Where are we at? Yeah, that was the first dodge since the 2 wolves. Again, dodge the wolf. Oh, and then there's also that one fight there that's a non-issue. He will never charge you. That bird won't hit you. And then this behemoth you fight.
You picked the wrong fight.
Like, a lot of these dodges are just really easy. There's no need to even decept if you're worried. Like, they're just non-issues. So now we do the behemoth, but this time with Light lead. So this time you actually want to manually cast 4 waters, because her casting speed is much faster than her physical attacking speed, so you get the stagger slightly faster. ATB refresh right when Hope casts his last water, and he'll start casting waters immediately, and then keep the behemoth interrupted. Make sure just that Hope and Light alternate attacks, and you'll be fine. If you shift the slash and burn right when Light is doing her 4th attack, it will get the calm bonus, but it will also be water elemental, so it will do like 4 times base damage. It's ×2 for it being water elemental and the behemoth being weak to water, and will do ×2 damage for being the calm bonus for Light's level 1 calm. Those 2 dodges to the right, I mean, you're not even running through their zones, they're not even dodges. You're not, like, this group is also not an issue, but this fight, like, I never had this happen, and I was, like, confused, because they never are just in my way like that. They're usually off to the side, but, again, that's a 3-way fight, and they won't see you, so you don't decept, because decept does nothing, because they already don't see you. And now we're past the lower area of the Gapro Whitewood. There are 4 more dodges, and only the first one is one that we decept for, and you need to lure them out anyway. You need to run in and out really quickly in order to get the wolves to run forward. Because they all take up, like the 4 of them take up the width of the hallway, so you need to get one to run out of the way in order to run past them. And then for the next 3, I use a Deceptisol only because the second dodge, the bike is like, you can't dodge him. I mean, there's like a 1% chance that you'll dodge him, but otherwise when he sees you, he'll charge straight at you and you can't get out of his way. But the soldiers are easy to get out of the way. If you could work in a way to just run past the bike, that would be great. But yeah, don't rely on that. Pick up this Ether Soul, make sure you do that, because Ether Souls are the only shrouds that are not dropped, ever. And then I canceled this Deceptisol. If you want to farm for 1 more, you can use a Decept here, but I started dropping it just to get rid of farming in Chapter 2, because
On your toes.
I feel like it's slower to do that. It feels slower and it's less fun. When you don't decept, 4 attacks to stabilize the chain on the bike, and then alternate strikes on the bike. I mean, you could also do auto chain, because Light's strength is significantly higher. Nah, I probably won't PB, I'm too far behind. So shift to Rav Rav, 4 strikes, throw a potion, 3 strikes, shift to Rav Rav, stagger him, shift to Calm Rav, throw a potion, 2 blitzes, shift to Calm Rav, 5 blitzes, shift to Calm Rav, and then basically, yeah, wherever you are at this point. This soldier didn't die because he dodged most of the blitzes, but I still felt like it was a fast fight because I think it was 59 seconds. Yeah, it was. And now we get to prepare for the boss of this chapter, Aster Protoflorian, who's actually a pretty annoying fight because you don't get to exploit his elemental weaknesses other than staying in Rav. Get fire on Light, and then I grab this magic node in Calm, which I don't think other people do, but I'm just trying to get Light's magic as high as possible. And for Hope, you're going to grab magic nodes in all 3 of his rolls. And this is something something different than, I think only Lil Sharky does this, but I put the Magician's Mark on Light. Normally people put the Doctor's Code and rely on a summon to kill, but I thought it'd be faster to just kill him without a summon. Spoiler, I failed. So you got to see this epic failure. But the first part of the fight is always the same. 4 ruins, and then you shift to Calm Sin. You do a Libra. Start with Libra, and then do 4 ruins. Don't do 4 ruins and then Libra, because you can't shift during Libra. Shift to Calm Rav, and then throw a potion. Do 4 ruins, and then refresh into dual casting. And then manually cast 4 alternating spells. Don't do auto chain, because Light will do like Fire, Aqua Strike, Spark Strike, Fire, because she's dumb. I shouldn't say she's dumb, the AI is dumb. And then each time Proto does an attack, you throw a potion. The only time that you could get away with not throwing a potion is if he does the same attack twice on one person. Like the pattern is he does efflorescence and then 2 physicals and then a seed burst attack. And the seed burst attack will, if he does the 2 physicals on the same person, the seed attack will be on the second person. So if you know he does the same 2 physicals, or 2 physicals on the same person, just, you don't need the potion. But anyway, I'm spending too much time on that. After his seed burst, he will do some exoproofing. And the one exoproofing that's kind of bad is fire exoproofing, because lightning does not have blizzard. And that's what he did here. So if he doesn't do that, if he does fire, do thunder water until he gets to like 180 or 190 chain, and then sit in calm med until he changes exoproofing. And then you'll stagger and just spam the spell that he's weak to, and make sure you do it alternating with Hope, and make sure that when you shift, Hope starts casting immediately. Like shift right after Hope does his 3rd spell, and he'll skip his paradigm shift animation. So like, yeah, I failed this. I didn't want to summon. If I had summoned and just guest-alted and finished immediately, it would have been an instant victory, but I missed it by, see, that smidge. He actually gets, he has an extra attack when he drops below some HP threshold, where he launches a character up in the air and then smacks him to the ground, and that will kill Light and Hope, but if it kills Light, you know it's game over. But yeah, that was a slow fight. I lost time in this chapter due to that slow fight, and because, well, I suppose the Decept was a non-issue. I failed 2 dodges. The Wolves fight was slightly slow because I lost chain. I think those were the only issues in that chapter. I think in my world record I had a pretty good chapter 5. Or my old world record. These splits, I had a good chapter 5. So again, this is like not the end of chapter 5 split, because, or the end of chapter 5 save point, because they put in a snow section right here. And that's chapter 5. I'm gonna need to grab more drinks. There are no fights in this chapter other than the boss.
First things first, we need to clear these woods.
First group, hug left wall. Or at least, could be the positioning, I'm not sure, but I think they are always up there and you can just hug the left wall. Frogs hug the right wall. I've actually missed this dodge once and I'm not sure how. And then this one, just run around the frog on the left. Next one, lure the frogs forward and then dodge on the left. I've seen, like, when I was learning this game, like, zoning just hugged the left wall and they ran past them, but I've never pulled it off. I have no idea what he did or how it worked. Really, like, yeah, these flans are not hard to dodge. This shopping segment is basically funded by the Belladonna wand. It's like, this shopping segment brought to you by Belladonna wand. Eat fresh, or something like that. I don't know. Don't sell the turbojet. The target gil is 22,960. If you don't have enough, sell Phoenix Downs to get enough. And if you still don't have enough, you're going to have to make it up in chapter 11. You're going to buy 72 sturdy bones and 86 polymer emulsions, and you're going to upgrade the Vega. So basically now, you're always going to start with 36 sturdy bones or 36 of one of two other components that are just like sturdy bones. And then you're going to put in the mechanical components. So I don't need to say 36 each time, because it's just always going to be 36 sturdy bones from this point forward, or 36 vibrant oozes, or 36 barbed tails. But the Vega 42s gets 69 polymer emulsions, and the power wristband gets 17. So the numbers to remember are 72 for the purchase of sturdy bones, 86 for the polymer emulsion purchase, 69 polymers for the Vega, and 17 for the power wristband. The gremlins, if they see you early, they'll hit you. And then this group, I always run along the left. In some notes or in some description of what someone said, they say see where there's the hole in the circle and only run when the hole is no longer there. But I still fail it when I do that. I set up my paradigm slightly differently here because I changed my NQ strat. But I don't know. I can't really explain what my paradigms are because it's all feel. Vanilla, you grab Quake and Saboteur, which I didn't end up using for Enki, but you can. And Saz, you're going to grab in Water, or grab up to in Water, which will also grab in Thunder. If you have enough CP, grab the HP plus 30, that's the next node. If you can't afford that, then you can certainly afford the HP plus 30 in Ravager, which is 60 HP, or 60 CP. And I grabbed that in Chapter 8 anyway, and you can still afford it if you're not going to do the Ravager upgrade in Chapter 8 that I did, but it's different than what other people do. They don't normally touch Ravager until Chapter 9, but you can afford it for sure. I missed the circle dodge my first way through, but if you fail it going the opposite direction and you retry, you can easily just run through on the left. The hole in the circle will be there by the time you get there. And then the other gremlin, I think there was one more gremlin dodge. I don't remember how big of an issue it was. These scale beasts are slow and they'll never hit you. They're also blind, you can easily preempt them. Like, yeah, they only see you when you get into their front half of their viewing window, but if you're on their back half, they won't see you. Pick up this Libra scope. These gremlins have not bothered me ever. I guess that's their walking animation, so it's scripted. So I just hug the left wall, you'll never miss it. These gremlins, sometimes like this guy gets in my way, but if you hug the right wall, you'll usually be fine. This group, if you pause a bit, like just run straight out just to kill time, they'll make an opening for you. I missed it. Or I mean, the opening was there, you saw it, but the gremlins' hitboxes were so big that I ran into one. But if you fail it, there is an opening right here, and so you can easily get past them the second time. You really should get past them the first time, because they make the opening like that. Actually, I think... nah, I'll wait till... Nah, I'll be right back.
There's a camera when you need one.
Yeah, there was nothing going on there, so I ran out and got more drinks. Frogs over here, hug the left wall. Sometimes they'll hit you. I'm not sure if there's a better way than just hug left wall.
If we regulate the weather, we might be able to control
These frogs again, hug left wall. And then this group also hug left wall. This group won't hit you, the frogs sometimes can. If the frogs hit you, unlike chapter 3, don't attack them or don't fight them, it's not worth it. Like from this point forward, any failed dodging just don't do, with one exception. Actually 2, but they're the same issue. These gremlins are a non-issue because there's a big opening. These gremlins are a non-issue. I mean, like, the only problematic chapters for dodging really are 1, 4, 9, and 12. I guess parts of 11 are also problematic. But the other chapters, the dodges are really easy. Like that dodge, that can be difficult. Running straight through the middle, they almost hit me. Frogs on the left again, they almost hit me. Like, but that's what I always do. I'm not sure if there's a better way to dodge them than that. And now my Inky fight. I changed my strat to buff less, and I can get 142 with good luck. You throw the Liberscope, and then you alternate Deprotect, Poison, Deprotect. The 2 debuffs to worry about are Deprotect and Poison. And the only buff you really care about, well, you care about in Thunder, but you also want Vigilance on Vanille, because it'll prevent her from getting interrupted, and she's kind of the one that we care more about. I mean, Saz's attacks won't get interrupted. Vanille's spells can, Saz's spells can, but shift to Undermine if you don't have poison, otherwise do 2 rounds in Rav Rav. When the Enki staggers, shift to Sab Calm. And then Saz will do 3 attacks. When he finishes his 3rd attack, do 3 poisons, because that will keep the Enki interrupted and he won't bellow. After you do the 3 poisons, throw a potion, let Saz do 3 attacks, and then shift to the other Sabcom for a refresh. Saz will do another 3 attacks, do another 3 poisons, and then depending on... like if you got to stagger and Saz started attacking at 270 chain, you can actually do 2 D-protects on Enlil, and Enki will either die to Saz's 3rd attack or to poison. Shift to Sab Sin to get in water, throw a potion as needed. Stagger this guy the same way as Enki. Like, both guys are the same. The only issue is that you don't die. Or that you don't let them bellow, rather. If you don't want to let them bellow, and they bellow once they pass, like, 70 or 80% HP, which makes them lose Deprotect and Poison. But you also need to make sure you don't die, because their attacks will do like 200 damage. After the fight, you need to remove Doctor's Code on... Do you need to know? You probably don't. But you definitely want to unequip the power wristband on Saz. Otherwise, Chapter 7 will be slower. It used to be like a basic need to unequip the Doctor's Code on Vanille, because you need 2 Doctor's Codes in Chapter 7, but now I don't use a Doctor's Code outside of Snow, so it's not needed. But somehow I gained time on this split. Probably because I only failed 1 dodge, and probably because my Enki was faster than my world record, maybe? Who knows? I'm not sure if chat is dead, or I should say dead. I don't know if people have not been sending messages in chat, or if messages have been getting eaten, which, you know, SGDQ is going on, so I'm sure that the chat there is making other chats horrible, which sucks, but just keep, like, send the same message 5 times if that's the case, and maybe one will go through. Don't worry about spamming, because I'll understand.
There should be another drainage pipe.
Like, this music sounds higher pitched. But the video is playing at the right speed, because these are the times I had yesterday. So the first dodge, just run around the left. Second dodge, like, I forgot to explain these dodges. Okay. Maybe it's not a Twitch issue, maybe no one was talking. I feel happy now, because there's messages. Communication is great. Basically, I'm racing towards the bridge in order to dodge the bike by just running straight through. If you miss a dodge before that, you have to wait for the bike to pass, because I think he'll see you too early and you won't get past him, but that's just a theory I have that I haven't tested. And this section is really easy. Kind of looks like those 2 platforms almost hit. I wonder if, like, it's possible for them to hit and they would just clip through because there's no reason for them to hit. You had unable to connect to chat for a long time. I'm sorry. So the 2 Flanators run around the left. There's an opening. That, I don't know what that guy is. He's like a Thermodon, but whatever. Run past him on his right. He won't hit you. There's a cutscene skip right here. So really the only Flanators that are nice are actually the first bunch. The rest in this section are annoying, because when they see you, they just go like, whoa, like that. I just felt like waving my arms, like I just don't care. Just avoid them. Find an opening, run through. I think I was typing my chapter 6 time to the Skype group at this point, which is why I stopped right there, but if you didn't fail a dodge, you'll hit the elevator in time. If you failed one dodge, the elevator might leave before you get there, in which case you need to waste more time activating the platform. Scale Beast, run on the left. If you jump on that yellow stuff, it actually escapes you from the battle zone. It's cool. So he's not even an issue. This group, like, some people run straight through, but I had more issues with that than this. I lure them to the left and then I run around the right, and it works more often for me than running straight through. Because the guy that always hits me is the guy in the back. Regardless of whether I run left or right, he hits me. And thanks. And in this group, lure them to the left again and then dodge on the right. This is another one that you could theoretically run through, but it doesn't matter all that much because you need to wait for this platform to come anyway. You can really take your time with that dodge, just as long as you don't have to enter a battle and retry. And coming up is what I like to call Sharky's pee break, because he always takes a pee break right here. Because this fight's easy. You can win by mashing X. Because, I mean, the hardest part is figuring out where the cutscene skips are, because I don't know where they are. There are 3 of them, and there's apparently no queue for them. But the minimum you need is to get Orion's chain to 180%, and then you'll kill with Diamond Dust. Diamond Dust will always kill the soldiers, but Orion will only die if he's at 180 chain before you throw Diamond Dust. You're guaranteed to do that if you just mash X, which is what Sharky does. He goes to the bathroom with his controller and just mashes X for the next 30 seconds. But I got another Phoenix down drop. I ended up skipping a Phoenix down treasure because I had so fucking many. And now Snow kind of has a big hitbox. He's like smaller than Saz, but he's also like second biggest or something, I don't know. The soldiers just run on the right. This is a cutscene, but it's not skippable for some reason. We really need to see Snow run up an ice ramp because the game wants to force it in your head that they don't give a fuck about physics. Second group, run on the right, they won't hit you. Third group, run in on the right to lure them and then run around the left.
What am I doing?
That group, I just run through the middle. And then this group, depending on positioning, I do something different. And that fail was because I didn't expect that soldier on the right to run forward. I was going to run behind the black soldier because he was facing the certain way. The only guy that usually is troublesome is that red soldier because like when he charges at you, he's like at you without, like he's just, I don't know, he's so fucking fast. But if you, as long as you get to the far wall, I think you're fine. Unless you get to it like immediately, in which case I think he'll charge at you at the far wall. So you kind of have to make it, you kind of want to make him charge at you before you hit the wall or something. I don't know. That's the only really hard dodge of the section. And then I don't remember how many cutscene skips there are here. Oh no, that's good. I thought for a second that Twitch had put out my video description with a typo where I said my new world record was 5:36:28. Those dodges are all easy, just run on the left. Actually, the only one that can be problematic is the last one because sometimes the soldier will just run straight in front of you without seeing you. Like right before you enter the zone, he'll run in front of you. If that happens, you can still run around him. Just pay attention. And these dodges are also non-issues for the most part. Run on the left, you won't get hit. So I haven't failed anything yet. No, I failed one dodge. What am I talking about? Yeah, picking up the incentive ships makes those soldiers positioned right there because they're walking from a different place. If you accidentally hit them, they're actually like out of the way if you retry, so it's not a big deal. That soldier will never hit you. These next two groups I sometimes have issues with. I don't remember what I decided here. I decided I was going to lure the soldier on the left to the right and then run around him on the left. And then here I realized that those two soldiers were facing in opposite directions, so it would be safe to run in between them. This next room is 100% if you do this. It's risky and tricky if you don't. Run back to exit the battle zone. Pause for a second.
Are they really that afraid of us?
Camera trick. And then run straight through. And then none of these guys will hit you. I think Zeph had a trick for doing it without running back, but the problem is if you get hit by the first group, it takes you to the last place you were at before you entered the battle zone, which is like half a hallway away because the game warped you into the battle zone in the cutscene.
Time's a wasting.
So I prefer to just exit the battle zone and reset that position to be closer, so if I do fail, at least I'm closer. And here I do menuing. I do it right here out of habit, but it doesn't matter when you do this. You could have done this... No, you don't want to do this in the first snow section, but you can really do it at any point after you resume control of snow. It's 2 sets of 3 paradigms. ComRav, ComSyn, RavRav, and you default to ComRav. We developed Snow's Commando to get adrenaline and strength, which might not, strictly speaking, be necessary. I mean, adrenaline is great. The strength boost, maybe not so much. Could maybe save the time in the fight, but I don't know. You only need it for one fight. My development here, I guess, is dated according to Ultra, because his strats involve not grabbing bar fire or accessory, but I still do it because I like accessory and bar fire is right there. And then with the extra CP, you just invest in Ravager, because that's the next thing you'll do with Hope. And then Snow needs to have the Doctor's Code.
Hey, wait up!
Barfire is only used for Ushi 1. Accessory I used in order to get a Doctor's Code on Hope in Chapter 11, but it's only for one fight, and it might not be necessary. I mean, it's more of a safety thing than anything. Those aerials I dodged, I think I dodged like 2 sets, they're not issues, and then I Deceptus all these guys. So I guess I don't need to explain these dodges.
There's gotta be something around here.
So like, how do we feel right now? Are we hyped, or is it boring knowing what the outcome is? I suppose I could have been like, I got a world record, guys. Do you want to guess what the time will be? And then we could have more excitement, but I guess doing this with commentary is also a good idea, and if I turn this to a guessing game, it'd be too distracting. This is hype. Someone said earlier that like it's kind of silly what I'm doing because I'm giving a tutorial on the speedrun after getting a world record that will make no one want to run this game again because the run was too good. I mean, there are improvements. Yeah, sub 530. Thanks. So for this fight, Libra immediately. Hope's gonna do a protect, and then he'll do a bar fire. If you shift like in midair all the time, you'll never see the long first paradigm shift animation. You never need to worry about it. So Libra, 4 attacks, shift to com, Tin, 4 attacks, shift to com, Rav, 4 attacks, shift to com, Rav, 4 attacks, maybe? I forget if that's what I did. Should have faked playing this live. No. So what I did here is that I potioned during Tailhammer to prevent Snow from getting launched. You do need to keep an eye on Hope's HP, because if he does a bunch of napalms on Hope before he gets to Barfire and Protect, he can die even before Tailhammer, but especially to Tailhammer. So you might want to skip one bit of attacks for a potion. You're gonna stay in Calm Rav until he does Overdrive, and then his next attack will always be Tailhammer, which you can cancel with a Summon. And then in Rav, 4 Frost Strikes, shift the other Rav, do 8 more Frost Strikes, shift to Calm Rav. If you shift during the 8th attack, you'll get the Calm bonus while still getting Chain Boost. And really, what I ended up failing this way. You should pay attention to Styria and Nyx's HP. If they get close to 0, their Gestalt also drains, and then when their Gestalt goes to 0, they go away. So Yeah, this was interesting. 2 consecutive tail hammers. Normally you can kill him during the gestalt, but something happened and I failed. But yeah, that fight isn't that complicated. That's all there is to it. I just didn't do it well. That was the only... Let's see, I failed 1 dodge, and this fight was 20 seconds slower than it could be. It could be like 151 optimally, 159 more realistically, and that was like 209 or something.
Careful.
So I guess there's like 30 seconds here that I lost, but... This group run on the right, you'll get past 90% of the time. This Viking run on the left, or I guess there's an Orion. Just hug the left wall. I kind of ran out and I spent too long and he almost hit me, but he shouldn't really. That soldier will never hit you, although he makes it seem like he wants to. That behemoth should never hit you. I've never gotten hit by him. Hug the right wall for the behemoth. And then this group, right after the cutscene, do an immediate camera trick. In order... You're not doing it for the soldiers will see you anyway, and you'll run around the left. You're camera tricking so that the Orions come out later than they normally do, and if you do it right, or if you do it well, slash if you're lucky, they'll see you but then they'll move forward instead of turning around to hit you, so you can get past them easily. Just run around that soldier and you shouldn't have a problem. It looks scary, but I don't think you'll get hit. This soldier sometimes can run at you, so just try to run around his back if you can. Sometimes he can be like right in the middle of the hallway, in which case you probably don't want to run, you want to wait for him to walk to the side. Basically sell the stuff you picked up in this chapter. Hold on to the turbojet. The magic number is 24. 24 turbojets, along with the 36 30 bones, and then purchase more potions. You're going to upgrade the bladed lance. I held on to a lot of organic components here, not for any good reason other than they sell for little, and I figured that selling them would be a time waste. I used to do it actually. Like, I decided before this run that I would just not sell the components because it's a waste. I also didn't go with my unusual upgrading patterns to save gil because I don't think I need to save gil anymore. I used to be tight on gil in chapter 13, but now I'm doing different things. So for Hope solo, do a Libra. Make sure you Libra. It's very important that you Libra, but just let him die. Actually, he won't die. He'll have 1 HP, but it doesn't matter. And your attacks here doesn't matter because he'll go to the Shungwillow Subjugator will go to full HP anyway. When you get to the next portion of the fight, you retry it in order to reset paradigms because it's faster to do this than to fight him straight up. And I know this for a fact. I actually experimented with it. Fang, you're going to develop her commando to pick up launch and adrenaline. And I decided to invest in Saboteur because I realized I had enough CP to grab what I had wanted out of her Saboteur. Light, you're going to focus on her Ravager to pick up Thundara. 24 pages, nice. Maybe I'll run through FF9 with those notes. But yeah, Thundara for Light and Thundara for Hope is all that they need. And equipment, give power wristband to Fang, and then switch the magician's mark from hope to light and give silver bangle to hope. The pattern for Ushi is actually like this fight is not hard, it's a pattern, it's just slow. 3 slows, potions, shift to smart bomb when all 3 people have protect. 3 slows, potion, shift to relentless assault. Potion, that's when the allies will stagger Ushi. 3 attacks, 2 attacks, wait for Hope to cast Thundara and shift right when he does it, and he'll go straight to Thundara Arrow. So see here, the Thundara, right when he does Thundara, or like right after he casts Thundara, shift. If you do it too early, the ATB will be expended from the ATB refresh to ATB, and so he'll have 1 ATB instead of 3, and so he won't start casting. But yeah, at this point, just it's 3 attacks, wait for Thundara shift. 3 attacks, wait for Thundara shift. And then shift to aggression when stagger comes close to end, and you'll get a smite along with extra damage from light. Now with the power wristband, you actually don't need the smite anymore. You used to need the smite when we gave Fang a doctor's code, but I got a really good amount of damage here thanks to the power wristband. You do need to be careful though, because since his HP is lower, all of his attacks will hit twice. So pinpoint beam will hit twice, and his other attack that he used earlier will hit twice. But when he starts attacking Fang, shift to Sen Rav Rav and just mash potion. And then when he does stagger, make sure you shift right after someone finishes casting so that they skip their refresh animation to keep Ushi interrupted. And then it's the same thing. 3 attacks, wait for Thundara shift. 3 attacks, wait for Thundara shift. But I actually killed him here, so... This is already a huge time gain from my previous world record because I didn't kill him in the second stacker. Because I didn't get smite either of the 2 stackers and I had the doctor's code, so he had extra HP, and I think I had like a 3-minute fight as a result. Now normally, I pick up this Phoenix Down normally, but because I gained so many Phoenix Downs from drops, I just skipped it. I was like, fuck it, I don't care. I have enough Phoenix Downs, I don't need to waste time picking it up. I mean, it's right there, it's only a few seconds to grab, but... the first Hope's House fight is handled with Odin, and this, it's sort of based on positioning. 2 blitzes, summon, 2 blitzes, shift to a Rav roll, 2 Thundaras. I did a 3rd Thundara for full Gestalt. Go to Gestalt, Thunderfall, Zantetsuken. Like, my positioning here was great because Blitz hit everything and Thundara hit everything, I think, so... Everyone got chain duration and everyone got chain. Normally I think you want everyone to stagger in order before you do Zantetsuken, but this worked out fine.
Well done.
And this was actually even more time gain for my world record because I think one of the aerials didn't die. I mean, I think this fight is straightforward. I don't need to explain what I'm doing as you're seeing it. Just make sure that if you like ATB refresh that your allies are not in the middle of doing things, because the point of ATB refresh is to get everyone to full ATB, and if they're in the middle of doing things, you know, it's pointless to refresh because you're wasting their actions that they would normally do.
If we barricade ourselves in here, they're not gonna just give up and go away.
I mean, you would normally ATB refresh for the sake of a certain person who's carrying the fight. So make sure to grab the Brawler's wristband and change to a bunch of commando roles. Default to ComCom Sin. And yeah, get accessory on light and then you spend the rest in commando. Ugh. And then the rest is hope to grab Watera, but we already did the Saboteur that I wanted on Fang. Hey Carthion, you're back. So give Light the strength, give Fang the magic, and then Fortisol. This is a fight that you Fortisol in. Sweet, FF9 guide. If you forget to Fortisol, do not retry, because retrying puts the soldiers that you just fought back there, and they are guarding this door, so you have to fight them a second time. So you waste more time. The Fortisol speeds up the fight. I don't know where to stick this. Okay, so for this fight I should have been mentioning this. 4 attacks, 2 attacks, potion, and then Light won't get launched in the air, and you'll recover HP from the attacks. After that, do 4 attacks and 3 attacks, and then shift, and that's enough time to give Hope enough to put Protect on everyone. And then, oh, and you need to make sure you're targeting like the holes, or sorry, the non-Havoc Sky Tank things. Don't target Havoc Sky Tank, you need to take out his minions in order to drop his HP. But until you take out the side things, stick in ComCom Med. 4 attacks, 3 attacks, shift gives you refresh. And once you've killed the minions, utilize aggression, ComCom Rav. And then once he drops below an HP threshold, he'll start this animation. This drops his chain resistance to 0, or close to 0. Normally it's really high. So you can stagger him in 1 round of RavCom Rav. So shift to that for 1 round, do auto chain to do that, and then this. So you need to make sure you manually select attacks, because trying to do auto battle will make Light do ruins. Spark Strike, Aqua Strike won't work, but attack will. And this is chapter 7. So that's the third, no, this is the 4th gold split and the 2nd in a row. The next 5 minutes are just cutscene skips, so I'm gonna talk a bit about shrouds. I got no bonus shrouds in this. I'll tell you that now. I was leaving it suspenseful. And Celestria guessed like 322, but I got no bonus shrouds. This was done with only the bonus Deceptisol, and that was required because I was farming 1 less in chapter 2 to gain 40 seconds, as long as I relied on a bonus drop. So I farmed, or I was aiming for 5 Deceptisols and 2 Fortisols, and you pick up a 3rd Fortisol in chapter 4. My Fortisols go towards Anima, Aster Protoflorian, and Havoc Sky Tank. Aster Protoflorian, Proto is like a nickname, and Sky Tank are the necessary ones, really. Anima, I guess, is not as necessary, but it is significantly faster than the other alternatives for throwing it in. I was briefly throwing it towards the first Ushumgul Subjugator fight, but you only gain 20 seconds apparently if you do that. Versus like 30 plus with Anima. Deceptisols I have 5, and the first one is used in Chapter 9. I mean, Deceptisols are used all over the place as Deceptisol cancels to get past enemy groups, but they're all refreshed by canceling them on the backs of enemies. The first one that gets expended is in Chapter 9 on the second bridge fight, which I'll point out. The second one is used in Tajin's Tower for Mission 24. The third one is used in Mission 26. And the fourth one is used in a fight in Chapter 12. And then the last one gets burned instead of cancelled, as in I just let it expire instead of cancelling it, because cancelling it in that situation would require it to be cancelled twice, because I'm using it like through a bunch of enemy mobs that are difficult to dodge, and by the time you get past them, or by the time you get past the last one is when the Deceptisol expires. If you want to save that Deceptisol, you have to cancel it on the second to last group, and then reactivate the Deceptisol to get past the last group, and then cancel it again. So you waste... You have 2 different 10-second penalties going on. I used to do a Deceptisol on the bike fight before Esther Protoflorian instead of cancelling it, but I stopped that because the fight's actually not that bad to fight. You can do a Deceptisol on the 4th bridge fight in Chapter 9, the last one before Arcandalus. That makes it a guaranteed victory versus having more RNG. You can also use a Deceptisol on Mission 21 because, as you'll see once we get there, it's difficult to preempt, as I failed it. Spoiler alert. Zoning grabs 7 Deceptisols. I don't know which ones he uses. I know he has one for Jealous Titan. I don't know which one he dropped between the 4th bridge fight and the bike fight. But he grabs 7 Deceptisols, and I'm grabbing 5, and I think Sharpie grabs 5, and I don't know how many Ultra grabs. I don't know how many Zeph grabs. But it's kind of up to you how many you want to grab in Chapter 2. It just makes your Chapter 2 segment longer, but you know, it's no game time overall. What the fuck, spoilers everywhere. Alright, I neglected to mention Crystarium here. Saz, you want to get Blitz and Quake. Synergist, you want to invest in, but you can't quite afford in Frost, which we'll grab after the next fight. Ravager, I grab 2 more nodes. I grab a magic node and a strength node. The magic makes the Zwerg fight faster, and the strength makes Midlight faster. For Vanille, you're going to invest in a Ravager up 3 stages, basically to get all the different spells for him. And I actually, oh please. Favorite streamer? Wow. I feel so happy now. I got distracted because of that. Sorry, I'm so full of myself. I spontaneously grabbed Vanille's Fyra. I didn't grab Fyra in the past because I had calculated that even though it's only 130 CP, which is cheap, I needed that 130 CP for the routing I had at the time. And in the middle of this run, I was like, fuck it, I want Fyra for Midlight, because he's weak to fire. And so Vanille will do Fyra. And she did do Fyra. I'm not sure it was actually faster, but it was cool. But yeah, Vanille, you get 3 chains of Ravager. You invest in her Saboteur to her roll level, and then you put the rest in her Medic. Oh wow. Guys, please. Okay, dodging. We're back at dodging. Basically the only dodges that are problematic are this one right here. You need to wait for the soldiers to run out before you run in, otherwise they'll pause and then they block the entire way. And then this dodge, cutting the corner like that works half the time, and then the other half the time the Zwerg sees you and charges you. So, yeah, those are the only two. And then this fight, 3 quakes and you win. And if you don't do it, you just do a blitz and you should kill him. But the extra magic I grabbed actually is just enough to make it almost guaranteed that you kill him in 3 quakes. Do I have the Gallif's Grail and the Exorcist? I don't know what those achievements are. Paradigm, I need to change that. These are the same paradigms left over from Enki. But I changed the default paradigm and I changed the Comm Sab to Comm Med. Because it's better for Vanille to heal you than to throw potions. And yeah, and then you go back into Crystarium in order to get Saz's Infrost. Infrost is necessary. It doubles Saz's damage in Comm against this guy. He's weak to fire and he's weak to ice. And this fight is pretty RNG. You need to wait for Vanille to cast Deep Protect. But she's going to alternate between these 3 spells, so it's kind of crap. But you can't control it. But see, I got an early Deep Protect and an early Poison, so like, this was ridiculous. And then Vanille staggered by inflicting Deep Protect. Normally you would shift to Comm Sab for a refresh, so Vanille would do more Sab spells, but this was ridiculous luck. Oh, those are those. Oh yeah, I platinumed this game, or I guess this is a PS3 term. I got all the trophies. So yeah, once you have Deep Protect and you have Stagger, shift between Comm Rav and Comm Med and spam Blitz. And this fight time is godly. Like 104, guys. I think my old run was like 140. Or maybe not, I don't know. I once had like, I was consistently getting like 130s, 140s in the past, and then I started using Rav Stab, and I'm getting like 110s on a good run. So 104 is like brilliant. So this is like the run. So like, this is an absolutely flawless Chapter 8 right now. I failed none of the dodges, and I had really fast fights. I don't remember Brunhilde, so we'll see. But for Brunhilde, do an immediate shift to Synergist because the Doom animation overrides the long first paradigm shift. So get in Frost on Saz, and then shift to a Comm roll and do Attack Blitz. And that's the order. Do not do Blitz Attack, do not do just Blitz, do Attack Blitz. The reason why is we're utilizing conditional modifiers for Rav chaining. So because Attack and Blitz are now Ice Elemental, and Brunhilde is weak to Ice, they get conditional mods that affect attacks that the enemy is weak to. So the chain rides really high, and the Gestalt bonus in Comm is higher than in Rav, and Saz doesn't have anything in Rav that would contribute to the chain boost, to the Gestalt boost, because Brunhilde absorbs fire. So do Attack Blitz, and the Gestalt meter really raises. Like, Vanille doesn't really even matter. And we have our third straight gold split! At this point, I'm like, what the fuck? Because these are the same splits I've ran with since I started. Since I started running this game, and this was gold split, what, number 6? No, 5, because I gold split in chapter 2. And this was the 3rd straight gold split, and this was the 5th overall. So it's like ridiculous. At this point, I'm like, what the fuck? And like, you can see possible time save in this chapter is almost 4 minutes. And that was just because I'm sorry, I'm distracted. Hi, Coetic. Welcome back from Japanese class. Oh, this fight I should mention. Okay, so it's faster to summon than it is to retry and reset paradigms, which I used to do way back when. Wait for Fang to start attacking the Infiltrator and do 2 Thundaras. Do 2 Thundaras, summon, do 2 more Thundaras, shift to a calm roll, do 2 blitzes on a Raider, and then Gestalt, and do Thunderfall until both of the Raiders stagger. And then Zantetsuken and you'll kill. And this was the first time that I actually did this right the first time, so Ultra would be proud. Coatic, you're not happy. You should be like bouncing off the walls over this run. Crystarium, you're going to invest in Commando for 2 levels, or 2, what are these called, stages? Basically grabbing every node, because they're all good. And get the roll level, because roll levels are great. And then you invest in Ravager to get Overwhelm, I think. Oh no, Blizzard, yeah, Blizzard gets used in Bart 1. And then Fang, you invest in Saboteur to get Curse, and also Accessory. And now the recent trend is to not develop Hope because it takes too long to get a CP. Give Fang Strength and give Light Magic and Doctor's Code. And now this second fight is it's kind of random. It depends on how they attack things, because, you know, Light kept getting interrupted here, and I got in red, which is dangerous. The Raider can block, so you want to stagger him to override block, but the Infiltrators are weaker, so you don't need to worry about them as much. So yeah. I can spend all my time playing Resident Evil. No, I'm gonna play 13 too. And I totally forgot to talk about the 100% of FF13. I could decide to help Tyrannus with that now, or I could just work on my Let's Play for 13, which was going to be similar in nature to 100%, but less of a speedrun, and more of a discussion about game elements. It'll be more like this, but for the entire game. But I also need to learn 13-2, and I need to learn Lightning Returns. 13-2, why?
Something bad's waiting for us.
Because I like hearing you moan. That's why. I didn't know that would happen. So this outside area. I think I failed like 7 dodges. I mean, like, I'm staring at that 446 and I'm like, oh god. When do I reach Tajins? Oh, screw you. That's a wonderful name. So, like, yeah, that first group here I failed. If you retry and you pause for a second, the arrow guy will get out of the way and then you can run straight through. The second group, run through the middle and pray. It's random. Deck drones can be troll. Third group hammer trick, I'm not sure if camera trick, I think it does something here. Camera trick and then run a diagonal. You just want to hit the wall on the right before like the end of the area. And then this group, run where there's an opening and pray. I failed it this time because the one deck drone got in my way. I think I failed it a second time. Okay, I was really stupid there. I remember, like, yeah, I did that, and I was like, shit, I'm really stupid. I was choking, because, like, I went from a minute 30 time gain in Chapter 2 to 4:46, so I, like, gained 3 minutes on top of my original improved first 2 chapters. So I was, like, really pumped. I'm like, shit, I'm actually doing a good run for once. This is exactly where you stopped playing. This is where the game gets fun. But I understand 12 and 13 are kind of polar opposites. If you fail this dodge, which I did, I failed like 4 dodges already. If you fail that dodge, what I heard Zoning say and what worked out was wait a bit, like pause a bit, wait for the aerials to get out of the way, and then run through, and then the deck drones will be tame. I was going to say something and I forgot. I'm going to stare straight at the camera, right into your soul, for the next second. Make an ultimate mini plan for you? I don't know. Do you want a casual playthrough or a speed playthrough? If you want casual, I can give you like steps needed to get the ultimate mini plan. If you want speedrun, I'm not going to be much of great help. First dodge here, normally just run through the middle, and I messed it up. This dodge is a non-issue. Run between the 3rd and 4th soldier, or between the 1st and 2nd from the right, and the battle zone is past them, so they won't see you. And then the rest of this area, just hug the left wall. But keep an eye. Like, I was starting to get really freaked out, because I was like, I choked up the outside area. I failed 5 dodges already. But yeah, hug the left wall for everything in this area, and most of the time they'll work. Just keep an eye out. Casual? Okay. So, I have a spreadsheet that I got from GameFAQs, from a user on GameFAQs. Wow, I was expecting him to run straight in front of me, and instead I run at him, so this was another stupid fail. I'll work out some way of upgrading for you, and then some order of infusing to make him ultimate. But I looked him up, and he's actually really powerful, even as either physical or magical. So yeah, that's 6 failed dodges already. So this next section is Saz and Vanille again. And you're going to change paradigms and Crystarium, but you're not going to change equipment. You're going to keep the same ones. Paradigms for the first time since Chapter 4 have reset. Or, sorry, start of Chapter 6 have reset. So you need to make sure Saz gets haste, and then the rest of Chapter 9 will be Ravager. Grab Arrow so he can alternate spells, and then grab Overwhelm for increased chaining output. And then just keep going in Ravager. Vanille, invest in Saboteur to pick up Imperil and Accessory. And then the rest would be in Medic, but you can only really grab one more node, and so it's not really worth going into Medic. Ideally, you preempt this fight, which I failed. If you don't preempt, well, you can see what I'm doing here. If you do preempt, all you need is Hasten and Water on Saz, and then you shift to Calm Sab and do blitzes on the flan board. And you'll stagger both, and you don't need to worry about the Slander's healing. If you don't preempt, you need to take out the Slander first, because otherwise he'll just keep restoring the Flanborg to full health, and you'll just be at a stalemate until... I don't know, something happens. But that was a good fight despite me not preempting. I think it would have been slightly faster had I preempted. Failed dodges hardly matter when you have a 4-minute lead. Well, I mean, yeah, 4 minutes is a great lead, but if I can get an even bigger lead, that would be great. So this Flanborg did something I did not expect. He went into this hallway, and so I couldn't, I don't know, I could have waited for him, but I didn't expect him to be in there. I should have checked the minimap. I just expected to run around him. But somehow I managed to just get out of the battle zone before this fight started, and so it kept me where I was instead of warping me back to the first hallway. And this next segment is lightning again, and the only thing that's done is like 2 dodges. Well, first a shop and then 2 dodges. So we're now going to upgrade the Brawler's wristband. Theoretically, this could have been done at Saz's save point, but I guess it's slightly out of the way. I just always do it here out of habit. But the magic number is 33. So yeah, sell the 3 weapons and the 1 accessory, and then sell the chips and the gyroscope if you have it. I'm not sure that is a guaranteed drop. Or no, I think it is from Midlight. But yeah, 33 crankshafts. And then you just grab a bunch of potions. This is the last time we buy potions, because now we have enough to last the rest of the run. Especially since they're going to lose value soon. But yeah, Brawler's wristband, and then the Uraninite. If you accidentally sell the Uraninite, you lose out on 36 strength. But it's not like a... I mean, it is sort of detrimental, but it's not that big of a deal because I don't upgrade him. I don't upgrade the Warrior's wristband beyond that. And then... So yeah, the first dodge with the Vespids were really easy. This fight... That was an epic dodge. Best way to dodge Vikings is basically just run behind their backs and try to... You'll be going because you need to sleep. You're actually going to have a normal sleep cycle. Whoa! Yeah, Vikings, when they see you, they're not as aggressive as Orions, but they are still all over the place, so just try to postpone when they can see you and you'll be fine. Running straight through the middle here is faster. This is also a Phoenix down. Oh, I actually picked this one up. Oh, because I didn't remember if it was a Phoenix down or not. I shouldn't have picked it up because I had so many Phoenix downs, but I mean, it's only a few seconds. The enemy group in the middle just run where there's an opening. You have to lure out the Thermodon, so you have to get his attention, make him walk forward, exit the battle zone, have him turn around, have him back up, and then you can run through the opening. And then this fight, this is kind of a notoriously annoying fight due to RNG. So all I did was hasten and thunder because I wanted to kill the Vespid ASAP. But now the Vespid soldier started Cyclone, which means his next attack is going to be Aroga, which is quite damaging, but also Thermodon's attack is quite damaging. Photon Burst. You basically need to prevent Vanille from dying, which I think... Wow. 13 HP. That was cool. But yeah, take out the Vespid soldier first so you don't need to deal with Aroga or random Arogas. And then... Yeah, take care of the Thermodon. So, I think it's... I think the vested soldier is weak to lightning. And the Thermodon has no weaknesses, but if you stick on Imperil, he has weaknesses. So it's a good idea to put Imperil back on, I think. I'm not entirely sure if I remember this. Vanille's awesome. The combination of Saz and Vanille makes this game fun. People who just rely on comms and ravs and meds are not going to have a good time. I should make that meme. If all you use is comm, rav, and med, you're not going to have a good time. So these Vespids, just run around them. Make sure you camera trick the entire way, because it will prevent aerial guys from spawning, or not spawning. They'll be there, but they will never be in your way. The only tricky one's the Viking right there. He can be in your way, he can see you, and if he hits you, the battle zone ends way earlier, or you'll be sent way back, and then there'll be aerial guys, so you have to decept. These deck drones are so random that I don't know what to do other than just run through and pray. That was close. That scared me. But just run around the left of that group, you're fine. Run around the right side, you'll be fine. That was me, you when he first got the game. Just common Rav. Yeah, this is when the game's difficulty starts picking up. Like earlier chapters, like everything is still doable within like 5 minutes, I guess, if you just do common Rav, but starting from here, like fights start getting longer until you start exploiting common Rav. So at the start of chapter 9, when we did paradigms, I set Rav, Sin, Sab to the top of the paradigm deck, even though I didn't make it default. But when you regain control of lightning, it defaults the paradigm to the top of the deck, so it's already set up for this fight. So the first form of Kalavinka staggers really quickly, so you don't really need much other than relentless and aggression. Vanille annoys 95% of players, yet is used by 95% of players. I'm not sure if that latter statistic is quite true. So this second fight is a different strat due to Ultra, because by not investing in Hope Synergist to get Bar Thunder, it's risky because if he does Hellstorm Bolt on someone, it can actually kill that person in one shot. But now we're going to rely on Mystic Tower. So you wait for Slow and Curse to be inflicted, which should be enough time to get Protect on everyone, which is useful. And then you do 1 round in Relentless, or sorry, you do 2 rounds in Relentless Assault. And my pattern I use to make sure that Kalavinka is the most interrupted is to do 1 spell, and then 3 spells, and 4 spells, and shift. That usually lines up well with Hope and Fang, but not all the time. But yeah, you do that, you shift to Mystic Tower, you let him do a Hellstorm Bolt on Fang. In both of these fights, like once he gets to 600% chain is when I start using aggression instead of Relentless Assault. And actually I just got to 600 here. What I like to do is I like to get the last of the Rav spells as a comm bonus. So they'll up the chain and they'll do as much damage as a comm spell. Or comm's ruin, rather. Kalavinka has no elemental weaknesses, so you can't exploit them. But yeah, that's that fight. And then now we're at the segment of chapter 9 I was most worried about. The 4 bridge fights and Bartandalus. Because I think I had slow bridge fights in my world record, and I had a really, really slow Bartandalus. I had like a 440 Bartandalus. So I wanted to make sure I did these well. Because as long as I had good fights, this was going to be time game. Ugh. And I'm doing things differently than other people because of a different strat for Bartandalus that I came up with to make it to make Bartandalus faster for me and easier. So I have 2 Comstin Sabs, a Comstin Med, Rav Rav Sab, Rav Rav Rav, and Com Com Rav, which means nothing to you unless you see it. Development, you need Quake on Light, and then you might as well grab the next 2 nodes, because at least give her some HP and strength, and there's no other point, or no other usage for her CP there. Saz, invest more in Ravager. You won't have enough for roll level because we grabbed Quake. And then Vanille, invest in Medic. I think you can get to roll level. I have like, oh, I suppose like, this is a belt buckle or something. I guess I can stick it there and this will be better. Oh wait. That's gonna get in the way though. I suppose if I just stick it here. Yeah, that's better. Equipment, take off stuff from Hope and Fang. Give Light a Warrior's wristband in place of her Magician's Mark. Give a Power wristband in place of Saz's Doctor's Code. And then give Vanille a Magician's Mark. Vanille doesn't really matter. She's not doing the damage. In fact, I probably should get rid of her Magician's Mark so she does less damage, but I guess... I mean, there's a certain issue that I'll discuss when I get to Bartandalus. So for this fight, I wait for 3 or 4 attacks, I throw a potion, and I do 2 blitzes on the Psycom Destroyer.
Thanks.
It looks really risky now for Light to be at 201 HP. Oh, I did throw a potion. The thing is that once you start doing enough damage to the guys, they will focus on Kira. And they won't attack you, so it's you don't need to worry about them at that point. Oh, I missed what I got. I think I got incentive chips. I think I had really great incentive chip luck. So this is the first Deceptisol that I actually use for a fight. Because this fight is annoying, because the Psycom Huntresses buff themselves and they are very aggressive. The Psycom, whatever that guy is, Reaver, has physical and debuffs you, and the Psycom Destroyer does a lot of damage. So a mechanic that not many people are aware of is Quake. Like, a lot of people use Libra and Renew and that's it. But Quake is really, really good because it essentially maxes out the chain duration on all the enemies. So if you use a Deceptisol and then you start with Quake, all the enemies will have really long lasting staggers and you can really just wipe the floor with them. But yeah, so you do Quake and then blitzes on the Reaver and then shift to Comstin Sab for a refresh, more blitzes, and then whenever Light gets Bravery, I think you can then shift to Com Rav really safely, and then that just wipes the floor with all 4 of them. It's somewhat dependent on positioning, because sometimes like the Destroyer won't get hit by Light's blitzes and he'll get an attack in, so you have to be careful, but that works the best for me.
Change of plan.
Now, I'm starting to use 3 attacks with Light, because when I stagger these guys and Light launches them, if you do 4 attacks, when she hits the ground, she does a backflip, which eats up a lot of time. Like, you'll fill out on your 4 ATB before you recover from the backflip. But if you do 3 attacks, Light won't backflip when she hits the ground, so it's faster, in my opinion. But yeah, take out these soldiers individually. Ultra once suggested doing blitzes on the Thermodon, but I couldn't get that working. I got Light got pained and fogged once, and you don't have Painkiller or Mallets yet. Orphan's White Room is like Namin's room in Kingdom Hearts 2. Cool. So yeah. I mean, all three are essentially the same. Stagger with Ravs, and then damage with comms. The first one you do damage and comms in med in order to prevent someone from dying to Thermodon's attack. The second one you do damage and comms in Sab so that Vanilla can start debuffing, and then for the Thermodon you do damage in Com Rav. Now this fight, the strategy for this with the Decept is the exact same, but it's more consistent. You do Quake and then you do Summon. And then you do 2 Blitzes, I guess just cause. More duration, I guess. And then you do Thundaras. And really, like, I guess at this point, if you have a Decept, you can really just go into Gestalt, do 4 Thunderfalls and kill. Without a Decept, you need to wait until just before Odin's Gestalt points run out. Alright, I'll see you, Coatic. Good night. Sleep well. So I think this was actually a great battle because I staggered all of them with Thunderfall, which means they'll all die. But Reaver does need a lot more damage and a lot more chain. And I've been meaning to, like, dick around with Razor Gale instead of Thunderfall, but I never got around to it. But yeah.
Until next time.
More incentives, that's good. Incentive ships sell for 2,500 gil. Oh, I totally just, I hadn't practiced much with the new Bart setup, or sorry, I hadn't practiced much setting up the new Bart setup, so I forgot that I also needed to change this top paradigm to Smart Bomb. So change the second paradigm to Lightning Rav, and then set it default, and then set the top paradigm to Light Saz Rav. So you have 2 Smart Bombs, you have a Tri-Disaster, you have an Aggression, you have a Rav Sin Sab, and you have a Com Sin Med. You basically need to get Saz to do a lot of buffing. But I like this strat because it normally takes the heads out faster, and I don't think it actually worked out quite so well here. Use Auto Battle to select the right Pauldron, but don't actually attack it. You just want Vanille to start attacking that thing instead of something else. Go into items and throw a Libra Scope. And now you're going to basically do Auto Chain, and then if someone's in yellow, throw a potion, and then Auto Chain. If either Vanille lands Deep Protect or Stagger happens, you can shift to Hero's Charge. It's faster if Vanille gets Deep Protect, but Vanille is going to alternate between 4 different spells, so it's not entirely likely, but it does at least stand a chance of working well. So the left head is weak to ice, and I always target him first. When you kill a head, normally like the targets change from left to right, but sometimes it's a really strange order. But I think this was fine. Like normally the right eyelet will be targeted next. You would stagger it in 2 rounds and try Disaster, and then you would do damage in Com Sin Med so that Saz will cast the right end spell. And now for the other 2 heads, I stagger them simultaneously. So I do a Quake to get duration on both, because otherwise you can't stagger them simultaneously. And then I basically attack one, potion, attack the other. And I manually select Thunders for the left Pauldron, because otherwise Lightning will do Spark Strike, Thunder, which is slower. But it's not that big of a deal, I don't think. I think other people do that anyway, because they don't like manually selecting things. Or they don't like remembering what the heads are weak to. When both heads are staggered, go to Comstin Med to attack the right head. Make sure the right head is targeted before you shift, so that Saz will cast in Thunder on you. When the right head is killed, shift to Tri-Disaster to kill the fourth head, because Saz doesn't have in fire. And after the fourth head is killed, shift to Comstin Med, throw a potion, and then shift to Tri-Disaster. You basically just don't want Saz to lose an end spell, which he has a risk of doing if he has in Thunder and he does Thunder on Barthandelus before his resistances change. Like, Barthandelus normally is resistant to everything, but when you kill all heads, he turns normal to everything. And then he was originally immune to all debuffs, but then he loses all of that. So, at some point you'll lose haste. When that happens, shift to Ravsin Sab. And basically you want to stagger him first before you do debuffs. And you need to throw a lot of potions. Like, there's a lot of things going on here that I'm not sure I'm explaining well, but he has a trigger to do Destrudo at 70% HP, which is why you need to make sure that you don't cross 70% HP before you go to aggression. The ideal is that you get to kill him before he gets to Destrudo, and I actually did that here, so this was a fast kill. So I was really pumped because, like, I actually had a really good end of Chapter 9 for once. So now look at this time. -9 minutes! Oh! 4th straight gold split! Oh! It's like, what the fuck was happening? Like, that's my literal reaction, was like, what the fuck? -9? So I'm streaming off my desktop, and I forgot to set my layout to have, like, expected time and the name of the game. But, like, right now, I mean, you can see 9 minutes ahead of 5:31 is 5:22. So my expected time at this point was 5:22. Like, sub 5:20 was, like, almost right there. And, like, this was almost guaranteed world record at this point, as long as they don't, like, die. So I was, like, losing my shit at this point. And actually, like, I did this chapter fine, but then I started losing it in chapter 11. Anyway, replace Snow with Fang whenever you get access to your party, which you don't until after you say that you want to move on to Hope. And then development, you do Ravager on Light, Sen on Fang, Med on Vanille. The only side node you grab is Vanille's HP plus 30. You remove Saz's equipment, you give Light a Soul Font Talisman in place of her strength, you give Fang strength, and it doesn't really matter, but you can replace Vanille's silver bangle with the tungsten, or replace the tungsten bangle on Vanille with the silver bangle, and stick the tungsten and Doctor's Code on Hope. So yeah, like, I sort of fumbled with that menu. Actually went better after that. Like, I forgot to unequip both on Saz, and then I only unequipped one thing. And I forgot to change the default paradigm, and then I realized that was actually a second Relentless Assault. I was, like, losing my shit at this point. So you can summon for this fight, but Ultra convinced me not to. You need to Quake for duration because you're not getting any from Fang. Do Thundaras if they're close to each other. Do Fire Thunder if not. Do it manually because the Pulsework Knights are weak to Fire and Thunder. So you really do want to do Fire Thunder. Although, like, from now on, basically all of my chaining will be Fire Thunder. But in this fight, it's actually because they're weak to Fire and Thunder. When both get staggered, shift to Ravcom Sab and hope for useful debuffs from Vanille, but I don't know what I was doing there. But yeah, that fight's not that bad, but I mean, it's dangerous if you don't have a Sen. You need to get them focused on Fang, and then you need to get distance between Lightning and Fang.
Huh. All this time, I thought these arcs were stories.
So a lot of these dodges are actually really easy, but it's also based on positioning. For the most part, run where there's an opening. Like, that was sort of tight. I probably shouldn't have done that, but it worked out. Bombs are the same as they were in Chapter 4. Like, you can tell where they're looking but from their movements, and then you can just try to run behind them if you can. Otherwise, they'll sort of charge straight at you. Pulsework soldiers are easy to dodge as they were in Chapter 4. These guys, I forget what they're called, but they're really easy. The oozes are really easy to dodge, they're slow. But then later there are gremlins that are again difficult to dodge because they have bigger hitboxes than they should. And then there are more like the succubus type enemy, Succubi, Macabi or something. Those enemies again are difficult to dodge just because they're so dexterous. I mean, this dodge is like 100% because they get out of the ground, or you get out of the zone way before they get out of the ground. This chapter is really fun because it's a lot of running and a lot of dodging, and a lot of the dodges are easy. So like it serves as like a confidence boost, I feel like. Because it feels like you're doing so many dodges, and a lot of them are really easy. I mean, this one here is problematic because this bird can be a troll. But at this point, I was like, I'm so like nervous that I didn't care for it. I just wanted to run straight through and pray that the bird didn't see me, and he didn't. If he does see you, he can catch you before you get to the end of the zone, and there's nothing you can do. You can sort of try to wait for him to turn around, or you can maybe use a Deceptisol and then cancel it on that group, the last group, but And these guys are big, but they are slow, so there's nothing to worry about. Just run through on their right sides and you'll make it through. And then this elevator is empty. Oh my gosh. I'm kind of yawning as if I'm in a run right now.
Well, at least we shouldn't run into Psycom here.
So this gremlin was really close to the left, and I think he almost... oh no, he didn't. But he can be in your way, but other than that, that dodge isn't an issue. This dodge isn't an issue because that plan will always run forward. This is the worst dodge. You can try to lure them all you want, but the three gremlins in the back won't move until you're close to them. So I just did like a zigzag through there. I tried to lure the gremlins to one side, and then I ran on the other, and it worked. This behemoth is scary. If he runs forward like that, it's actually better. If he stays put, he can charge backwards at you. That dodge is fine if the gremlin is on the left. You can do the same thing as the other flan that just moves forward, just run behind him. If the gremlin is on the right side, you have to run on the left, and that could be problematic. But that's it really for the hard dodges for the first section. Like, this behemoth is scary, but you get past him 100%. I shouldn't say 100%. I dart in front of him like that really briefly so that he charges forward. If you just run straight on the right wall, he'll turn around and hit you. If you just run straight on the left wall, like, you just dart in front of him so he'll just dash forward. And then that dodge is a non-issue because you're not in there long enough to be problematic. Pick up that ether soul. All ether souls are important to grab. Man, the music sounds so high-pitched to me. But this is what the pace was, so I'm not cheating you. Now for Sid. 1 round in Smart Bomb and hope that Fang inflicts something. Something's better than nothing. Let Light do 4 spells. If Sid is not slowed, he might hit Light or Vanille, but they won't die. It's just less efficient chaining, but whatever. And then ATB refresh between Mystic Towers. Yeah, that was a mistake. Letting Light get launched by Ruinda. I thought that Light was far enough away that I didn't need to worry, but turns out she wasn't. So he always starts an offensive shift. His second shift will either be defensive shift or recovery shift. And the better one is recovery shift because he can Isuna, and when he Isunas, Fang will re-inflict debuffs, which will up the chain more. Like, it doesn't really matter that he's slowed or cursed right now. Actually, it sort of matters for conditional modifiers, but it's not like a necessary thing. If he Isunas everything and then goes to offensive shift. His third shift is always offensive shift. His fourth shift will again be either defensive shift or recovery shift, and then his fifth shift will be offensive shift again. Now, if his fourth shift is recovery shift, that's the better one. Do the same thing as before, Rav Sab Rav. But if he does defensive shift, that can be problematic. You don't want to stagger him in defensive shift because he actually has magic and physical. It's better for recovery shift, but I don't know. It's actually worked out really fine here. When you stagger him, you need capital underline bold size 14 font need to keep him launched. And the best way I have for keeping him launched is this chain. So, as a Ravager, Thunder, Water, Thunder, Arrow, or it doesn't really matter what the middle 2 spells are. It just matters that the first spell is Thunder and the last spell is Arrow. Thunder will hit him immediately and keep him in the air right when Lightning starts casting. Arrow actually stun locks him longer than other Rav spells and will keep him in the air for longer. And with Imperil, Lightning is going to do as much damage in Ravager as she will in Commando, because with Imperil, he's weak to all elements. So you don't need to go into Commando to do more damage. And also, like, Light will do as much damage and she'll boost the chain, so it's more beneficial to do Ravager as Light. But yeah, that fight is honestly really easy. Once you know the pattern. Once you know Sid. If he crosses, I think it's 70% HP, he does Metamorphosis. And then he does an attack that will almost kill you. Or will kill you. And that is the reason that most people struggle with him, is that they let him do Metamorphosis. Because he becomes stronger. The secret is to stagger him and kill him in air. And then you don't need to deal with Metamorphosis. The elevator I totally skipped over, or I didn't talk about it, but dodging those bombs can be problematic. It's just a game of keep away, really. But the bombs are sometimes random with where they move. If you get into a fight there, that's actually the one fight in the mid to end game that if you get caught, fight it. Because retrying the fight sticks you back at the top of the elevator, so you need to replay the entire elevator segment. It's much faster to go for the kill, because if you get caught, shift to Ravcom Rav and spam Blizzard, because Circuitrons are weak to ice. Or you can shift to Ravcom Sab and hope for D-Protect or D-Shell, but eh. Took a week of grinding for you to kill him. Okay. So I didn't mean to offend you by saying he's easy. It's more like once you know the trick with him, he's easy. It's hard if you don't know the trick. Hard if you just go into it with standard strategies or standard strats. Or I shouldn't say standard. Standard first time player Rav Com Rav Com Rav Med stuff. Without thinking about how to keep enemies interrupted more consistently. I missed a lot of dodges, but this is my favorite dodge. Just run along the left and you'll get past the behemoth, no problem. He'll turn around and then dash forward and you'll just be on his left. Most of the other dodges are non-issues. That dodge is not an issue because they come out too late. This dodge is fun. And I say that so sarcastically, because the birds will just get in your way. This was the only failed dodge in Chapter 10 I had. And they caught me when I was past the encounter zone, so it was really great. I picked up a Fame Arc. That's an item to remember to grab because it sells for a lot. So like I've had consistent time gain for a while. I'm like staring at this and I'm like, this is not what I'm used to seeing. Like time gain everywhere. Like holy shit. And I'm looking at my shrouds now and I'm saying, shit, I got no bonus shroud ever. Normally I have a Fortisol. Sometimes I have an Aegisol. I rarely get Deceptisols, and now I have nothing, so it's like crap. But for this elevator, I just decept. I think zoning has a way of doing without a decept, but birds just suck, as you saw when I failed that dodge earlier. They just run straight at you, and they're faster than lightning. I mean, and that was a pun. They're faster than lightning. That's like an expression, but it's also like I'm talking about lightning as the character. Just run on the left, he dashes to the right, and yeah, not an issue. Is this the room? Is this the hallway? Yes, this is the hallway. This hallway is annoying because the birds jump out. You could try to do it without a decept, but again, they're birds. But even with a decept, the hallway is narrow and the birds just walk randomly. Like I can't say hug the left wall or hug the right wall or hug the left wall for the first and then the right for the second, because they're random. They'll go where they want to go and they'll get in your ways. And then you'll think they're out of your way and then they'll jump in your way, and it's like fucking annoying. This can be done any point after the bomb elevator because you want to keep the strength on Fang to make that fight easy. But this is essentially the CP that you use in no grind. Some people do this before the Russ puddings, but I do it now because you get HP on everyone. So you don't run as high a risk of dying to bomb it, so it's kind of silly to not do it now. Like, it doesn't save you time to just put it off. Best commentary. Thank you. What if they spawn as dogs? Crap. So yeah, Lightning, you do Ravager just to get roll level essentially, because it will help her with boosting Gestalt in the next two Eidolon fights. Fang, you get Sentinel to get Challenge, and then I grab the next two HP nodes because they're cheap and they give her 140 HP, and then I put the rest in the Calm You'll be doing Calm with her for a while. Vanille, you're going to do Medic for a while. And I grab some HP on the side. Saz, you'll eventually focus on his Ravager, but for now I'm putting my extra CP. Like, the priority is to get Cold Blood before the first Proudclad fight in Chapter 12. But I'm going to invest whatever extra HP I have now onto Synergist and Commando. For Synergist, I grab the HP node after in Fire, because that gives him more HP for every fight in Chapter 11 than otherwise. And then I do Commando to the point where you saw. I mean, you don't, like, you can almost forget to level Saz right now, because you're not going to need it until the Rust Pudding fight, but you might as well do all the CP. Now, the Bahamut fight. Immediate shift to Sabcom Rav. Do 3 slows and hope that one of them hits, and then shift to Sen Med Med. And then shift back to Sabcom Rav, and hope to inflict Curse. I think, like, I forget what Ultra said, but 1 string of curses at least, maybe 2. If you don't get it, not a big deal. You want to spend more time in Com Rav Rav than the other paradigms. Like, the priority for boosting Gestalt is not Fang, it's actually Lightning and Vanille. You can do Attack, Ruin, Attack like I did for Shiva. Alternating spells will boost the chain and serve as a boost to Gestalt from Fang, but again, it's Ravagers from Lightning and Vanille that are the best. And Vanille died here, but it's not a big deal. If you have Curse on Bahamut, you actually don't need to shift to Sen Med Med to heal or to tank as much. As long as you're taking actions and Bahamut is cursed, you won't get interrupted.
Whatever it is the Fal'Cie want, we're the ones who decide what we do.
Faith on Lightning will make her focus on spells and keep her out of the way of some of Bahamut's attacks that are targeting Fang or Vanille. And she's also really fast at casting, so it's good for her to have Faith. Vanille will only do spells because she only ever learns spells. But it doesn't really matter because she's slow with both spells and strikes, or well, with physical attacks. And now let's look at this Chapter 10 split. Holy shit, minus 10 minutes. At this point I'm like, what double-digit time gain? I'm so unfamiliar with this. So now this was my run to lose at this point. The expected time for the run at this point was 5:21:03. And you can see in the title that the final time was 5:26:38. So I went from a 5:21 to a 5:26. Granted, my previous Chapter 11 was really great, and my Chapter 12 and 13 were good. So I could only stand to lose time. So a lot of these dodges are easy, but the ones that are problematic I'll point out. This one you need to actually lure the guys out of the way because that Flan and that I don't even know what they're called. Creeper, I think, is their enemy group. They block the width of the hallway. I think I messed up this dodge. Yeah, I did. So what I failed to do, like what works more consistently, if you charge at that Flan and then run around his right side, he'll like do something different than if you just try to run around his right. Like sometimes he'll just back up. But he won't do like a charge forward if you do that. These two Flans are easy to run in between. This Flan is another big one, but this guy has more space to run around, so you can't fail this one. And then this group, you also want to lure because the hallway is deceptively narrow. Like there's a plant to the right that makes you think that the hallway is really wide, but you can't run into that plant, so it's better to be safe with that dodge. And now Alex. This was an interesting fight, as you'll see. You need to make sure that whenever he attacks Fang, and you need to make sure that he does so by making sure Fang provokes him early. You need to maintain distance between Fang and Hope, because a lot of his attacks will also hit Hope.
Thanks.
Like, those fist attacks can hit Hope. He'll always do 2 attacks, and then a pause. The first pause is short, and then the second pause, I think he uses, like, Lofty Challenge, which is longer. If you know that, like, if Fang is close to Hope and you know he's going to use an attack that will hit Hope, throw a potion to prevent Hope from getting interrupted. Use Rav Calm when he's not doing anything. Use Rav Med Sen when he is doing something. Rather, before he starts doing something. Make sure you get Protect on Light and Hope. That's what I did earlier. But yeah, this is a consistent pattern.
Thanks.
Now, Fang is close to Hope, so like this is problematic. See, Hope got damaged there, and I died. Died, guys. I went for minus 10 minutes and I died to Alex. Ah. So I'm like, alright. I'm allowed to death because I'm 10 minutes ahead. As long as I die once and then I run mostly fine, like, I'll still world record and I'll still get sub 530. But that death was not intended. Certainly. But if you fail, you actually get to the menu before the fight. And so it's actually advantageous to change paradigms to things that are more useful. So having Light as a medic is a waste, because it won't contribute to Gestalt. Change her to a Ravager, and she'll contribute to Gestalt more. But yeah, I am doing the exact same pattern that I did before, but now I have Light as a Ravager in those first 2 rolls. So you lose out on healing for Fang, but you still have Doctor's Code to use if you want it. Like, you can still throw potions if you're exceptionally worried. And there I exploited the ATB refresh to skip Lightning's ready animation. So she did 4 spells, I shifted, and I cancelled her ready animation, and she went straight into the next string of 4 spells. I like to call that pseudo 8 ATB, because she essentially went like fire, blizzard, thunder, water, shift, water, thunder, blizzard, arrow, like so quickly, it's ridiculous. And like, I'm so full on Gestalt right now, it's great. Like, it seems like it's risky because Fang's in red, but because of Lightning's contributions, I had a really fast Alex. A 1 minute 10-second fight is ridiculous with standard paradigms. In fact, you can't get it with standard paradigms. Like, if you just run with any percent, like, the best time you can get is like 142 or something, maybe even slightly faster than that. However, like, it's not worthwhile to start the fight and retry because you have to endure many loading animations, and they take up more than 30 seconds. So it's not worth retrying the fight to make for a faster individual fight. If this were a run based on in-game timer, you would, because retrying a fight resets the in-game timer to just before you fail the fight, which is very counterintuitive to speedrunning, I feel like, because you might as well just retry fights until you have the optimal fight. Like, I know Worcester is someone that claims that you should only ever run against the in-game timer, but that's true for Sonic games because they're, like, depending on what time you finish the level, your points will change, and you'll have a longer, like, point tally. But for 13, the opposite is true. If you want, like, a faster run, you just run the game against real time. Because running against the in-game timer, you might as well retry fights until you get... Like, if you fail a dodge, retry. If you If someone dies in a fight, retry. If you don't kill them in one stagger, retry. If this risky strat doesn't work the first time, retry. So it would be less fun to watch a run against in-game timer. There's not really much to say here. Like, there's no enemy in your way. It's just a straight path to the exit. This is the area where it's like no more hallways. Well, sorry, there are hallways after this. This is the area in the game that isn't a hallway, but it's so beautiful that it makes up for the hallways, in my opinion. It's so open. There are enemies everywhere. It's so gorgeous. I love it. But I'm down to 9 viewers. Wow. Everyone's leaving. What happened? I was as high as 23. Is the run less exciting now? There's no reason for it to be. This is the most exciting part. I'm 10 minutes ahead. Whatever. I also, like, right here is when I noticed, like, I heard thunder outside, and then it started raining like mad, and I heard really loud claps of lightning, or, sorry, you see lightning, you hear thunder. I heard really loud thunder. I started freaking out because I was 10 minutes ahead that I was going to get a power outage to really just toy with me. Get a really fast run and then get a power outage. Oh, I died to Alex. So everyone's like, well, that was the run over. No one cares that this is world record now. A death in a run makes it stupid. I'm glad you're still here, Riku. You're my favorite. Don't say that. Don't tell Death Tome. Alright, so now we're in the Mahabara. I don't think I failed any of these dodges, but I could be misremembering. The first group you need to lure out, because the 2 hoplites take up the entire width. But as long as you lure them out, they're fine. Hoplites are slow. This one, since they walk around, just wait for that guy to turn around and take 3 paces. And it actually takes a while for him to get to that point, so you can, like, you have like 5 more seconds to waste, or I should say 5 seconds, probably more like 3 seconds that you can take your time with the first hoplite dodge, but third one, like, one of them sometimes gets in your way, but it's just whenever there's an opening. This dodge is fun. Because that guy looks like he's taking up the entire width, but you just run to his left and he turns and gets out of your way. Oh no, I did fail this dodge, I remember now. These, what are they?
I don't think we were ever meant to be here.
Cryohedrons. I think I called them cryohedrons in Chapter 10. They're actually circuitrons in Chapter 10, but in Chapter 11 they're cryohedrons. And I think they're weak to fire because they do ice things. But this dodge is kind of crap. They charge at you and they're random with their movements. But this one is easy because soldiers are slow. And then there's another soldier right here. And then this is where we reset our party. And we start with a party that everyone uses for most of the game at this point, or for most of the rest of the game, or I guess it depends on what you're gonna do, but wow, this is a really fast paradigm setup that you can barely see what I'm setting up. I was like really pumped that I was just flying through this menu, like the adrenaline was flowing. But the Tungsten Bangle and Doctor's Code on Vanille are in prep for Hecaton. Strength to Fang is basically the theme since Chapter 7. And Shield Talisman on Saz the rust puddings hit really, really hard. Like one attack from one put Fang in red. And then Fang's in red now again. And Fang died. So like, yeah, this is totally not ideal to have Fang die, but they were both attacking Fang, so it was inevitable. So ideally, Fang doesn't die. You do comm mid, comm stuff, and then you do comm rab, comm stuff. And then this fight is like 40 seconds. So they're weak to thunder, so you cast in thunder. You cast bravery. They have really low, or they have really high chain resistance, so there's no point. Actually, I suppose it's not that bad. But I was saying put bravery on Saz and Fang because you're not going to chain these guys. I suppose actually their chain resistance is high. I don't know. Like, I saw Thunder do like +1 percentage point and I interpreted that as good, but that's actually not as good as it can be. Normally if an enemy has really low chain resistance, you wouldn't even bother putting a bravery on, like in Thunder and Haste. Like it takes too long to put bravery for the 40% damage boost than it is to just increase chain by 40 percentage points. This dodge is sort of a mix of two different dodges from earlier. So you lure out hoplites to the right like earlier, dodge them on your left, and then you run towards the left of the Embling Bellows. That guy pauses a bit before he turns, but he turns like the other guy. That rust pudding can never hit you, unless you run at him, of course. Wow, everyone's left. I should say everyone, 7 people. The hype is gone, apparently. So yeah, I have an itch right here, it's annoying me. Shield Talisman and Tetratic Crown on Fang. That gives her auto protect and critical Tetra defense. Auto Protect gives her 60 seconds of Protect, and Critical Tetra Defense gives her 60 seconds of Protect, Shell, Vigilance, and Veil when she goes to red. Normally a critical buff would give 120 seconds, but Tetratic accessories have it. And just like Alex, like there are better paradigms for this fight, but it takes too long to retry the fight to reset paradigms. Like, I think ideally you would just shift between Sab Sen. Like, you could have 2 Sab Sens for the entire fight, because... like, Fang, there's nothing she can do to contribute. She's not increasing in chain with Commando. Sentinel on an ally does nothing to Gestalt. And her Saboteur, like... Hecaton is immune to Slow and Curse, so she's not going to do anything. The only way to make this fight faster ever is to give Fang Ravager, but then you cut out a lot of her development for Chapter 11. Like in a casual run or casual play of the game, you might want to give her Ravager straight off so you can have her as a Ravager. But, I mean, so I haven't been talking much about this fight, but the strat is, it's a pattern. It's Deep Protect, D-Shell, Imperil, Potion, or Renew, depending on HP. Deep Protect, Potion, Imperil, Shift. When he does Looming Wrath, you have time for 2 rounds of spells and a potion. When he's doing attacks, you want Fang to be a Sen. You want Fang to be Sen before the attacks so that the attacks target Fang. If you were to reset paradigms, you would just make Fang a perma-Sen and you wouldn't need to worry with her. But... so you have 60 seconds of Protect from the start of the fight, and then when Fang loses Protect, if you let her go to red, she'll get Protect and Shell back. All of Hecaton's attacks are physical except Quake. Quake is magical and will hit everyone. Also, this fight is faster if Vanille has 4 ATB. If you do grind strats, like you're doing 3 grind almost just so Vanille gets ATB before Hecaton. You also get more HP overall, but the 4 ATB here helps because you get 8 spells every 12 seconds instead of 6. So chaining is 33% more effective, or Gestalting is 33% more effective-ish. But yeah, that fight's actually, I mean, that strat is actually easy. Oh, I forgot to mention that in Chapter 10, Chapter 10 is the first chapter to feature 3-way fights where the enemies can still see you. And those were the fights after Sid that I talked over with other notes. But of course the strat is easy. There's the Ultra we know and love. Yeah, so the 3-way fights in Chapter 10 are the first ones that the enemies can see you. So, like, for RTA, all that means is they see you. For casual play, that means that it's a 3-way fight if you preempt them. So if you use a Decept, the enemies will target each other. If you don't preempt, they will attack you instead of each other. That's kind of a useless factoid, and I brought it up because there are fights between the Cryohedrons and the Rust Puddings right there. And there was Cryohedrons and Pulsework Gladiator, not Gladiator, I forget which one that is. Pulsework Knight, I think. But I didn't fail any of these dodges. Oh shit. I keep forgetting that I have a Hecaton split. I did this in the run yesterday. I'll pull up an image later, but I can tell you I had a link for it. I don't know where it is. I mean, there's not much going on there, so I don't need to talk. So my Hecaton time was 3:38:39, and the overall run difference was now 8 minutes 10 seconds. So I lost. Well, I actually have minus 10:01, but that's just the difference of a second for Chapter 10. But 8:10 versus 10:02, that means I lost a minute and 50-ish seconds, and that was due to Alex's death and the slow Rust Puddings and one failed dodge. So, what is this area called? It's called Solia Springs, or Solia Springs. I don't know. There are 2 Y's in there. I don't know how that affects the pronunciation. This area is really empty. And it's kind of a pointless area. They probably intended there to be more here. Like, there are enemies in this area, but the first group there just jump up on the platform and you'll dodge them. If you dodge the first guy on the right and then dodge this group on the left, it usually works. And that's it. There's no treasure. I mean, there are treasures to pick up, but there are none to pick up for the route because they're all useless. And Solia. But yeah, this is like a really, really long hallway that serves like absolutely no purpose. I wonder what in the heck they were thinking when they made this. They probably intended there to be more enemies here. And maybe due to like rushed production or something, they couldn't put enemies here. And then they have a random area here that's like different than the rest of the map that just features a cutscene, and it's the same as the Hackathon. Like, this area looks almost like the Hackathon chair area. It's like they made the cutscenes and then realized they didn't have the corresponding areas in the game to fit them, so they just changed the maps to have these random ass locations. I mean, it's not really like a big deal, because understandably, like, there are many teams doing different things, and certainly the team that made the maps was different than the teams that made the cutscenes, which was different than the teams that made the battles. So it would make sense that they had to force fit some regions in. But that was Solia. I prefer Solia. Julia, Sulia. Sulia, Sulia. I like Sulia. That's way better than Solia. Sulia. Sulia. I can see it. Sulia. Suli. Suli. Sulia. Sulia Springs. Alright, so these Managramers are actually easy to dodge when you know the trick. They will overtake you if you just run straight through. But if you run to the side right before they catch up to you, I shouldn't say they're easy to dodge, they'll troll me later, but they actually, yeah, as long as you run to the side right when they charge at you, you'll always miss them. And then this Garuda type enemy. Ultra told me that if you count 16 steps before he sees you, you can use the Deceptisol and actually cancel it past the two Managramers later. But they saw me really early today, and I was really freaked. I did not want this run to die because I burned a Deceptisol here. So I just canceled it here. And then I ended up Deceptisoling the next two, like the two Managramers here. Like, if you count the 16 steps, use the Deceptisol, you can actually run past these two Managramers into the door, past the battle zone, and then you can cancel it on the Managramer. Whoa. That should have been a fail. They were running in between Saz, and Saz is such a big hitbox that, like, it should have been a miss. That was cool. But yeah, I just did the Deceptisol cancel there because fuck those guys, basically. I was so nervous, and I did not want this run to fail. I mean, like, I'm not really a great speedrunner in that all I want is the world record. I don't want to just, like, get the best possible time. I just want world record. Even though I still have world record, I want to improve world record. Actually, my priority was sub 530, and I wanted that, and I had lots of time extra right now, so... So it's at this point that I realized, wow, this is really good. I remember one run I quit here because I crossed 4 hours right here, and I think it was mentioned later by someone that getting to 4 hours here is actually still good. It's still like 5:36 pace. But I'm at 3:47 here, and I don't know. I think world record, where did I cross 4 hours? I don't remember where I crossed 4 hours. I think it was after I shopped here at least. So this is a huge shopping segment, because we're finally going to purchase and upgrade strength accessories, because we finally have superconductors, which are overall the best component for upgrading, or purchasing and upgrading with, besides ultra compact reactors, and those are only good if you're using them on equipment that requires multiple of those. So I never remember the numbers I need. I open up a notepad that has these numbers, but 79 superconductors because I put 5 towards the Vega 42s and then 37 towards each of the 2 Warriors wristbands I purchased. So yeah, 5 to the Vega and then 37 to each of the Warriors wristbands. And then I also bought 4 painkillers, 4 mallets, and 4 foul liquids, mostly just for the Bartandalus fight at the end of this chapter. And I bought 2 Warrior's Wristbands and 2 Sorcerer's Marks in prep for using Lightning in Chapter 12. The 2 Doctor's Codes I also upgrade with 10 Sturdy Bones each. And then I dismantle them because they give me Shrouds and an Elixir. And Elixirs are great. They heal your entire party. They won't revive, but they won't revive KO'd allies, but they will set them to full health and they will restore your TP. And they get used for both of those reasons in these fights. But ideally you have 2 elixirs. Ideally, one goes to Bartandalus at the end of this chapter, and the other goes to Proudclad at the end of the next chapter. And I also totally neglected to mention the equipment that I set up. The 2 Warrior's Stars go on Saz, because for the moment Saz's strength is more important, and then Fang gets the lower strength accessories, and Vanille doesn't really matter. Well, she needs the Shield Talisman in order to survive Ambling Bellows in case he attacks her first, but the second accessory doesn't matter for now, so I gave her a Sorcerer's Mark. It's pretty negligible, because Saz and Fang are the 2 primary damage dealers when you give them Haste, Bravery, corresponding end spell, and the enemy has Deep Protect and possibly Imperil for weaknesses. So, Gelatitan, this is going to be a demonstration of why other speedrunners are using a Deceptisol for this fight now. Because this guy takes quite a while to preempt, and he has quite a narrow blind vision. You need to wait for him to turn around, and you need to run at his back. But even him turning 10 degrees to the left right there, he sees you, and that's bad. So I needed to retry. And needing to retry means I was better off farming the Deceptisol instead of trying to manually preempt. Like, ideally, manually preempting straight away is certainly faster. But if you fail the preempt, it's faster to have had the Deceptisol. And then failing the, and then you can also have potential of killing you, straight up. In which case, having the Deceptisol here means you don't need to fiddle around waiting for him to turn around like this anymore. So ideally, yeah, it's faster to have no Decept. Realistically, or practically, it's better to have the Decept. But I'm sort of stubborn. I'm not ready to farm a Decept just for this. I'll get to you in a sec, Turbo. This fight was unusual in that Vanille did 4 debuffs and got Deprotect, Poison, and Imperil in those. Gelatitan is immune to D-Shell. The fact that Vanille got all of those debuffs on the first try, I think Zoning said is actually bad, because then we can't stagger Gelatitan. But because Vanille actually introduced D-Shell into the mix, stagger did happen. Normally it takes Vanille's second round of attacks to stagger. So this was really lucky. I'm not sure the fight was actually faster, but I was lucky that I got immediate debuffs together with stagger, because otherwise I would have died. And then, okay, so I don't have time for the Hecaton split, because I totally forgot. That's the only reason. 2 minutes after the Hecaton fight, I looked at my splits, and I'm like, oh shit, I forgot to split at Hecaton. But I had just looked this up, because I did this run offline, but I also had splits for that I was doing live. The time at Hecaton was 3:38:39, and I was 8 minutes and 10 seconds ahead of world record. So I had lost about 1 minute and 50-ish seconds, and that was due to dying at Alex, having a slow rest pudding fight, and 1 failed dodge in between. Alright, so after Gelatitan, we have to do a quick menuing. And in fact, between each of these fights, we do a quick menuing for better fights. Like, you want to do Hecaton Chair Summon for Ambling Bellows, because Ambling Bellows by himself is a jerk. And his minions, like, you would love to take out his minions, but he'll summon more. He'll summon reinforcements, and then he'll buff them, and then you die. So just do Hecaton and kill him. So you have to change party leader, and in order to start in Rav, you need to change default paradigm, because you're starting with Saboteur lead. I'm pretty far ahead now, though, huh? Look at the title, man. Look at the title. Yeah, I was ridiculously far ahead, and this would have been 5:21:03 had I just stuck at previous world record pace, but events transpired that prevented it. But I mean, like, this fight, there's like the strategy. I mean, I didn't talk about the strategy for Gelatitan. The strat for Gelatitan is haste, bravery, and thunder, shift to calm rolls. There's a certain order to the buffing that doesn't really matter that much. The strategy for Ambling Bellows is summon Aurora twice, kill. If you delay a bit, you can get Saz to stagger him, and you'll get some chain duration from Fang, but I'm not entirely sure it's needed. I think Ultra even mentioned once, just summon immediately and Hecaton will do Quake. And then it's like, there's your chain duration, is his Quake. It's the same Quake as if you just did Quake from Techniques. Haha, oh hey look, there's a title log. Oh, and I guess the preempt from Ambling Bellows is cool, but you can just like practice it from what you're seeing. Like there's... So... Gelatitan run on the back, Gurngatch run on the back, Ambling Bellows run at the back. I mean, it's what you would expect. Gurngatch... the strat is now haste, bravery, and frost, but you don't want to enfrost Fang early. Like, Gurngatch originally halves ice. When he gets in peril, he becomes normal to ice. And when he staggers, his resistances go up by 1, so he'll become normally normal to ice, and with imperil, weak to ice. But yeah. Just haste, bravery, and frost, latent frost on Fang, and then stagger, or Vanille should stagger, and then you do calm, sab calm if needed to get deep protect, and then calm, rav calm to kill. The warrior's wristbands, bravery and frost, imperil, and deep protect are what is making these fights really fast. Without them, these fights would be slow, and you'd be like saying this game is crap. But of course games are crap when you're severely hindering your damage output, whether intentional or not. I want to say, I didn't want to say intentional, but more like ignorance. Ignorance of better strats. I changed paradigms to... I changed 4 of the paradigms to have Fang as a sentinel and prep for the next mission. This is a strat that I came up with. I remember Sharky saying in No Grind, mission 24 is really scary. But with Fang Sentinel, it's straightforward and I feel just as fast as trying to do it straight up. Like, it seems like it shouldn't be as fast because you're not having Fang's comm output, but actually it is because Fang's not launching targets, so Saz's Blitz hits more targets, is what the thing is. And it's safer because Fang tanks everything instead of Saz dying to deep protect and attack from Mushusu. I mean, there were 2 dodges. I guess there are 3 dodges. The only problematic one is the Managrammer. It's just a game of cat and mouse, and you're the mouse, really. Just get out of the cat's way. You can decept if you want. I fail that dodge half the time, so... But the pulse work guys, the gladiators, they are gladiators. They're non-issues. I don't know what those guys are, but you don't even enter their battle zone, so it's not even worth mentioning. Right now we're just running towards the mission 24 stone. I mean, like, this segment is really chill. I mean, like, this game has changed from being a game of dodging to a game of battling. Because most of the dodges are just easy. There's lots of room and the enemies are slow. The Menagramers are the exception. And those, I forget what I called them earlier, but the birds. Those birds up ahead, you will have to dodge them later. But it's actually not that hard of a dodge. Yeah, the game's changed now. This is the fun part of the game for everyone. The first part is just how good are you at dodging, and the second part is how good are you at battling. So now, this is where the second Decepticol for me gets used. Because you can't preempt these guys on your own unless you get really lucky. It's really difficult. Immediate Quake, immediate Bravery Haste on Saz, and then shift to Calm Sab Send. And then do Blitz Spam. 2 rounds of blitzes, I think, is enough for Vanille to get D-Protect on everything. But note that Mushusu there just lit up. When that happens, that means that he just got buffed with things that include Protect, which means that Mushusu lost Protect. So you want, actually, Vanille to re-inflict D-Protect if that happens. Alternatively, you could, like, randomly bring Fang out of Commando. You could just, bring her out of Sentinel, and you can go to Aggression, which is still there. That's fine if, like, everyone's at full HP and no one has D-Protect, but whatever. You have to do Crystarium here because otherwise Vitala can one-shot you. You need the HP boost, so you might as well burn all of your CP. I forget. Oh, I did grab the 2 nodes. I grabbed Jeopardize and Commando because post-stagger that will boost Saz's chaining with Blitz, which is nice. Some extra chain is never bad. And now Saz is just going to be making a beeline for Cold Blood and Ravager. No side nodes, just straight Ravager development. Vanille, I'm doing a mix of Saboteur and Medic. I did Medic to grab ATB level, and then the next node is HP plus 100, but I think you get 100 HP plus other things if you invest in Saboteurs, so we might as well. I want to grab her Jinx next, and then Fang is going to just grab Commando with no side nodes for the time being. So it's really easy, the Crystarium here. No paradigm change and no equipment change, although I think I did go to the equipment here. No, I didn't. I usually forget that I don't have to change equipment. But yeah, that was an exclusively Crystarium menu. So just be warned. I mean, I would be saying this in a run, a live run, that, like, I will be losing time in these segments because my previous chapter 11 was really great. Like, I did not fail any dodge after Mahabharata, and I didn't die to anything in that chapter. So you just kind of have to accept that I'm going to lose time on these splits. I mean, it's like when my PB was 541, I said that all the time, that I will always be gaining time in the first 10 chapters, and I'll always be losing time in the last 3 chapters. And when I got the 536 world record, that was when I was 8 minutes ahead, I think, in chapter 10, and I ended up only, like, 5 minutes ahead by the end. My 531 was different. I don't remember where I gained time in that, but I remember like I had a big time gain in chapter 11. It was a 64-minute chapter 11, which made ultra orgasm. And he said that would make 519 possible. And this could have been a 519 if I had actually ran only slightly better in the first segment and then perfectly in the next. But that vampire got in my way, but I mean, he's slow. Nothing to worry about. That Verkalassi right there can be problematic. He just barely missed me. The two enemies here, not really an issue. But yeah, now I have to run back out in the hallway. And that Verkalassi is like right there. If you run into this room, it's good because it removes his aggression and it resets where you would go if you get caught and then have to retry. Like instead of having to go all the way back, you're halfway to where you want to go. And then another slow vampire, and then here's Batala. This fight was actually curious, but oh yeah, I remember like something interesting happened right at the start. So the pattern is always haste, haste, renew, bravery, and frost sass. But Fang immediately provoked, so Fringe Word took effect, and then like I don't know, like I felt like I didn't need to renew, but at the same time I was afraid of dying. And I wasn't going to renew later anyway. Like, I'm going to use an Ether Soul after this fight anyway, so it doesn't matter that I use the renew. Ideally, Vanille lands in peril, which will make you actually stagger him in one round instead of two. You do need Deprotect. Poison is optional. You don't actually, this is not a long fight, so poison isn't going to do that much. But poison will play a key role in a future fight. But yeah, that was a good fight. I mean, it was not as fast as it could be. I think 49 is optimal, if I remember correctly, but that was still fine, because I didn't die. I mean, at this point, like, my speech to myself that I was saying over and over, my mantra at the moment was, just don't die to things. Don't repeatedly fail the same dodge, and you'll have an easy world record. Like, it doesn't matter that you're going to lose time. Like, I knew I was going to lose time in these splits because of my perfect chapter 11, but, like, I needed to just not freak out. And yet again, just like the transition from mission 21 to 22, you're going to set Vanille to leader and set default to the second paradigm. Difference being that Fang is a sentinel instead of a commando, but that's not an issue for the fight itself, but it will come into play for Dahaka. Now here, I use an Ether Soul right here and a Deceptisol. The Deceptisol is for the fight, but you might as well use it to dodge enemies. I mean, the vampire you don't really need to dodge, but he can just walk in front of you without the Decept. The Verkalassi can be a troll without the Decept, as we saw earlier, and we'll see again next. But yeah, the Deceptisol is primarily for this fight. And now with the Ether Soul, we have 5 TP, so I have guaranteed Quake and Summon time. And I changed the target to Vitala because I think in my last run, I like had trouble finding Vitala. I meant Penangolin. I had trouble finding Penangolin from the list, and I kept Auroraing the wrong thing, and I didn't have level 3 guy in Salvo because Vanilla almost died. It was bad. But yeah, it's Quake, Summon, 2 Auroras on Penangolin, 6 Force Blasters, and then Guy and Salvo. And that's all there is to it. I haven't failed this fight ever, so I don't know like what the target chain is where you could just go straight to guy and salvo, or chain versus health or whatnot. Like maybe sometimes five force blasters is enough, but that's a difference of a few seconds and it could be risky if you're wrong. So 2 paradigm changes. The Sin Rev Sab is an interesting paradigm. I'm also changing around the strength accessories because now Fang is going to be the target of all strength. We want to prioritize Fang's strength now. And I put a diamond bangle on Vanille in place of her shield talisman. Did I fail this one? I did. Yeah, the Virgalassi caught me at the edge of the battle zone, so I was past it, but he doesn't care about battle zones. Now I'm just doing a bunch of running around, so yeah, the Sinrav Sab paradigm is interesting because I think Dahaka can be slowed, but I don't think I've ever seen Fang inflict slow. I know he can't be cursed, but that paradigm is there so that when you do auto support twice, you'll get haste on Saz and Vanille. And Vanille will like, you don't want Vanille Saboteur because you don't want early in peril. So you want her to chain, so you'll use Ravager. You don't want Fang's Sentinel because she won't give you enough chain duration. And you don't want Commando because she'll jump up in the air and then take forever to provoke him later. So you actually do want Saboteur because that will give you chain duration. Did I grab 54 superconductors? I think that was the number. I was supposed to grab 72, 72, 76 of organics, and I think, yeah, I grabbed 56 vibrant oozes, which I didn't realize until I upgraded the Goddess's Favor in Chapter 12. You're upgrading the maxed power wristband to maxed brawler's wristband, which you use the Koboldite you get from some mission. It's a guaranteed drop because it's a mission success item. Koboldite plus 36 30 bones, of course, and then the 15 superconductors. The warrior's wristband that you get also from a mission success, you upgrade with the 36 30 bones, and then 3 particle accelerators, which you also have got from missions, and then a perfect conductor, which you picked up from a chest somewhere. And then the 2 sorcerer's marks. One gets 20 superconductors and the other gets 12. I only have the level 8 and level 6 numbers for Sorcerer's Mark because Ultra told me to do that, but I think Ultra said that because he puts 2 particles in one and then 1 particle in the other. But I use the particles on a warrior's wristband because you're really going to stick 37 superconductors in there anyway, otherwise, versus 32 towards the Sorcerer's Marks. If I'm going to do that, it might be slightly less. It might be cheaper to just get 2 level 7 Sorcerer's Marks. But it works. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. So I dodged the birds there. Oh, and I also forgot that you upgrade the Blazefire Saber and prep for Chapter 12. It's just a little bit of a boost, but it's quick. 7 superconductors, and it's cheap. So all 6 characters have like a general purpose weapon that is cheap to upgrade to max tier 1. Saz is the Vega 42s, Vanille's is the Binding Rod, Fang's is the Bladed Lance, Lightning is the Blazefire Sabers, Snow is the Wild Bear, and I guess Hope's is the Airwing. So if you're doing casual play and you want to upgrade a weapon, those are the best weapons to upgrade from the start because they're cheap to upgrade to max tier 1 and they give you great stat boosts. There are better weapons like for like general strategy purposes or for intensive strategy. Like you would rather want to focus on one stat than the other. Like for instance, you want to focus on Like's magic. So you would rather upgrade her edged carbine because that gives her the best magic boost from a weapon. But for RTA, it's too expensive.
Come on.
And plus, you need to focus on both her strength and magic because you use both of them pretty equally throughout the game. I mean, it takes too much. Like, you can also upgrade her Gladius, but Gladius is expensive to upgrade. And having to constantly change between Gladius and Edged Carbine, depending on the situation in the game. Yeah, like for speedrun purposes, like, yeah, switching between the two weapons, it's too expensive and takes too long, but it will make the individual fights faster and easier, at least for casual play. I used an Ether Soul at one point. Have I ever considered participating in GDQ? Like, of course, that's GDQ. I don't think 13 will ever be a part of AGDQ because no one considers 13 awesome except me and a select few others. But I don't know, if like there were a Final Fantasy themed event and they wanted a good 13 runner, I would certainly take part. I forgot about this. So yeah, so it's auto support, shift to Rav Sen. And I don't know if I was supposed to immediately renew, but dying there probably suggests I should have. So it was either I was supposed to immediately renew or I had bad luck. But that was I felt like, oh, that was a death I couldn't prevent. You watch the magic he casts. I suppose, yeah, I shouldn't just say it's a constant stream. But this time I did an immediate renewed because of that first kill. If he does single spell on Saz, you have to renew. Yeah, that's the situational thing. So you're basically, you need to do 2 rounds in Rav Sen. You need to renew at some point, you need to Libra at some point. And at some point, he is very likely to do Foul Utterance at some point, although I've actually been in fights where he never used Foul Utterance. You want to delay buffing Fang until he's done Foul Utterance because it will dispel the buffs. But yeah, you want Haste, Bravery, and End Spell on Fang and Saz. It doesn't matter what the End Spell is. I do End Frost out of force of habit. Because, like, if you're not doing a speedrun, if you're just doing this fight casually, you can sometimes go into his next phase, which gives him, he absorbs fire and is weak to ice. So if you give people in fire, like, and fire will just rub off. But yeah, so after 2 rounds of Rav Sen, you shift to Sin Sab Sen, and you do the rest of the buffing while Vanilla does debuffing. You do a second renew when you need it, and you shift to Rav Sab Sen, wait for Deprotect, because that's the one that takes forever to inflict. Here I got lucky, quote unquote. It's actually better for me not to have that for duration purposes. So I was actually kind of scared about duration there, because I staggered before I could get calm duration, but it worked out. Oh, I keep forgetting to split at the Haka, because this is new. The time was 4:17:36. And the overall run time was now 6 minutes 49 seconds ahead of world record. So between Hecaton and Dahaka, Hecaton was minus 810, Dahaka was minus 649. That's now a minute and 20 seconds I lost in Tajans. Now, Paradigm Change and Crystarium for Barthandelus. Saz is still all Ravager with no side nodes. Vanille, I grab Jinx, and then I go back to Medic, and I grab this HP on the side, and then I just push forward. I pass Curasa for now. I will go back and grab it in Chapter 13. And Feng is all Commando. Or no, it's not. I stopped before Fault Siphon because I decided it's faster or easier for me to ATB refresh if I don't have Fault Siphon. It's better when she has 5 ATB because then I can still do ATB refreshes and skip the ready animation on Fang. Paradigms I changed. I have a Rav Sab Sab. I'm speaking as if Saz is leader, but I set Fang leader for dodging purposes. Rav Sab Sab, Rav Sab Calm, and Rav Rav Calm for debuffing purposes and chaining. 2 Calm Rav Calms, they've been there since start of Chapter 11, or since Mahabharata rather. And a Calm Med Calm. Really, like, the first 3 and the last paradigms are the only ones that change ever. Or at least for Chapter 11. And Fang is set to leader. I mentioned earlier how like everyone has different hitboxes. Fang has the smallest hitbox, so if you want to dodge things more easily, use Fang. I only do it in 2 different areas where I change leader to Saz later, but in general, like if you have freedom of party leader and you need to dodge things, use Fang. Hope is small, but he does have a slightly bigger hitbox. So if you're facing enemies that will hit you over your head, like Verkalassi, you could probably have a better chance with Hope. Saz is the worst, Snow is pretty bad, Lightning is slightly better than Fang, and Vanille... I think, someone said that Vanille would be better if she didn't move her arms. Her arm movement gets in the way, I guess. But I don't know. So there's a Perovskite to the left, or I guess it's now no longer left because of camera change, but I skipped it because I don't need it. Some people upgrade the Champions badge in Chapter 12 for extra shrouds. You do that if you're going to use shrouds for Adamantulid in Chapter 12. So you need to pick up the Perovskite in order to upgrade the Champions badge to Survivalist Catalog, and then you dismantle that, or you max it and then dismantle it, and you get like a Deceptisol, 2 Fortisouls, and 2 Aegisouls or something. Which gives you the shrouds you need for the second Pryoclad fight, because you certainly need the shrouds. All the dodges so far are straightforward because they were... Like, I guess the only problematic one was the one in the main square, but just hug the left wall or just run along their left and you're fine. I tried to lure the Seekers. I usually try to lure the Seekers. I think I tried to just run straight through and then I chickened out. But vampires are slow, so you don't need to worry about them. You do have to worry about these 3 guys. Usually they're to the right, but sometimes one of them is on your left, so you can't just always hug the left wall and do well. You do need to look at your mini-map and see where they're positioned. And then this is the hardest dodge of Erba. It seems like you can't actually get past them, but you do have to lure the Seekers. And then Deceptisol, and then dodge to one side, the other side rather. I failed it the first time. I mean, I keep getting told of how to do this, but I never practiced this dodge individually, so I keep forgetting it. The Verkulassi, like, right there also trolls when you try to lure them. And the Deceptisol, like, you can get past the Seeker without the Deceptisol, but sometimes the Verkulassi will catch you as you're running past. But yeah, basically, like, it looks like you don't have enough room to run past the Seeker, but once you create just a small space, there's a way of running past. And then I cancel the Deceptisol on this Vitala. Actually, the Deceptisol is also used for this Vitala, because without the Deceptisol, you need to get the Vitala trapped on that treasure sphere. Because he will see you. He will see you. And he will charge at you. Like, Vitala is like, I don't know, he's all-seeing. These two Verkulassis, Jay told me once to do reverse camera trick where instead of looking at the ground you look at the sky. And somehow, for some reason, when I do that, I always do the dodge. But it doesn't seem to actually affect their behavior. So it's probably just a coincidence. Or a false positive, or what is it called when, like, it's like correlation does not imply causation, but it's like, it feels like it always works, but I'm not sure that actually does anything, but I still do it out of habit because it always works when I do it. Now, Bartandalus is probably the most difficult fight in my opinion. You need to Libroscope because you need 3 TP to summon, 2 TP to renew, so you need all 5 TP. You're going to cast spells, Fire Thunders, until you get slow inflicted. And this was kind of a crap start to the fight because he only did lasers on Fang, so Fang almost died. Confirmation bias, that's the one, yeah. So once you get slow, shift to Ravsab Calm, and then focus on getting Deprotect and Peril. Potion as needed, or I shouldn't really say potion. Renew when you need to. I potion to kill time. I don't really want to stagger early. I want to get Deprotect and Peril before stagger, but this was actually really scary because Fang had 168. If any of those lasers had hit Fang, she would have died. I am running out of disk space on C. Uh-oh. Sorry guys. Oops. How do I pause? P. And then undo. I have to stop streaming for a second because there's an issue.